And I'm going live again, just for you guys. Thank you, everybody who came out to my live show on Friday. I'm here in the U.S. in New Jersey. Let me move this a little closer. So we're going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm just setting up my cameras right now, and thank you everybody for being such great fans and following me and getting up to 20,000 subscribers. So I'm going to be taking questions, but I'm going to play some chord melody. We're going to talk about that today a lot. I'm going to be using my 6 and 7 string guitar. Long live Roger. Thank you, Edmund TV. I'm going to be talking stuff about my book that I sell here too, called Chords at Your Fingertips on acoustic guitar. And, learn how to do chord melody and all that stuff with guide tones and all kinds of different things. Let me just make sure I'm watching on my other, so I can see your questions in another YouTube channel, okay? So let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Thank you for the 21,400 subscribers. You're the man. Love listening to you. Thank you. You're giving me a perspective and helped me improve so much. I'm glad to hear that. I'm live right now. Let me see something. I'm gonna just make sure I watch my own live so I can answer your questions. Here it is. So make sure the volume's down. Okay, good. Hey, Vikpal from India, great. Great to see you guys. Let me take out my guitar. I'm gonna play first on my 7 string some chord melody for you. Okay, and then we'll talk about learning how to do chord melody. Let me see if I can move this camera up a little bit so you can see me. Let me take this guitar out right here. My 7 string. Ooh, there's something off this cable. I gotta fix this. So, yay! Hey, Montreal, how's it going? So let me fix this guitar real quick. We're gonna talk about chord melody. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'll answer them as best I can. So let me start by playing a song. How's the volume? Sounds okay? Everything okay over there? Let me know. I could turn it up a little bit. Let me see. I don't want to play too loud. So, because I play too loud sometimes. Good. So we'll be talking about chord melody today, and let me play you something right now that one of my arrangements that I have, that I actually have here on YouTube, and it's going to be called Time After Time. And no, actually, let me do that one first. Ready? Okay, everybody. Oh, so we're talking about chord melody, and I'm going to take some questions today. So I just played a song called "Time After Time." I forget who wrote that song, but it's a classic jazz song that I always play. It's one of my arrangements that I really know well, that I kind of created for 7-string and 6-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar for you guys who don't know about 7-string guitars. I have a low A here. So I haven't touched the guitar in a couple of days. Well, I know actually I touched the guitar yesterday, but I was just doing a lot of writing for my Patreon account, everybody. So let me answer some of these questions for you. That song was "Time After Time." So it was my chord melody arrangement. So I was trying to do some different techniques for you guys. Walking bass lines, inner lines in the chords, seconds, fourths. whatever ideas that came up into my mind when I was doing improvising. So thank you, Henry and VPIL. So let me just answer a few questions here, if there's any. Um, so Glenn from Canada. Oh yeah, great to see you. And Alex, sounds great. Thank you, Edmund TV. Thank you again. And good to see you live playing. Good. How do you do that? Lionel asked me how you do that with a lot of practice. So when I'm doing chord melody, you got to learn how to know what your melody note is against the chord. You have to know all your chord voicings. Okay, so that's very, very important when you're playing chord melody. So when I'm actually playing like a chord melody arrangement, it's actually I arranged it. That means I didn't make it up on the spot. I actually just worked it out. I learned first. You have to learn when you want to do chord melody arrangements. You have to really learn the melody correctly. You should be able to play the melody and the chords separately. So when I'm doing a melody like this, so there's so many ways to play the melody on the guitar. When I play that melody like that, I can play so many ways on the guitar. Look at this. That's the hard part about the guitar. So you have to be able to play the melody on the top of the chord, particularly. Now you can actually play the melody on the bottom of the chord, in the middle of the chord. When I talk about that, I actually have this book. When we talk about my book, Two Chords at Your Fingertips, that's on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, that I actually, I wrote 3 lessons, and one of my lessons is called the How to Harmonize Like Chet Atkins. If you look closely, and in this book, I take a song like London Bridge is Falling Down, like this. It goes like this. Now, in this book, I actually took that melody. I played it with chords on the bottom. Now, you could do that melody like that, just like with a melody on top with chords on bottom. Now, it's very important. Most of the time you play the melody on top, you have to really know the melody. And then the next part I do in the book is I actually take the chords and I went like this. I went. Like that. I'm reading this. So this is actually, this is actually written here in my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, learning how to harmonize, do chord melody, what we're talking about today. I'm taking a really simple melody like London Bridge is Falling Down, and I play the chord under every note. And that's how you actually learn how to do chord melody too, not just play like a thing like this. Just one note below it. You should be able to harmonize a melody with a chord under each note, actually. That's very important to learn. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Let me just look at some of the questions here. So I'm just going through this. I'll take questions while I'm trying to talk to you about doing chord melody. So thanks Roscoe for saying I'm amazing, and thank you Vipul from India. How much of what you're playing is arranged, and how much is at the top of your head? So when I'm doing a chord melody, everybody, most of the time it's pretty arranged. So what I do is I actually work it out where I actually what's the word? It's really arranged actually most of the time. So what I'm trying to do is actually in the beginning you have to do arrangements, okay? So it's very important to have them really worked out. I mean, Joe Pass, all the great solo guitar players, they had their stuff arranged. I went to see a Joe Pass workshop actually, and he was amazing. And he had everything worked out. Obviously, you have to have it worked out, and then after a while, it just becomes natural, and you don't have to think about what you're actually playing. So when I'm playing like a song like that arrangement I just played a minute ago, um, uh, uh, time after time, I actually played that so many times that I know it pretty good. And I have a bunch of solo guitar arrangements like that. So you have to really, the best way actually to learn these things is learn from the masters. If you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have tons of, I have about 5 or 6 arrangements for guitar because you have to start learning arrangements from other people. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you'll be able to get copies of my arrangements there for like $5-6, okay? And it's on my description here. You have to learn these chord melody arrangements by heart. Now let me see something here. I'm just gonna turn my other phone down so no one starts to disturb us, and put it on silent. So let me see. Let me look at some of these questions. I really wanted to know what your favorite guitar is and the one that you have and one that you don't have. By the way, you're awesome. Thanks. I don't know. I don't have a favorite guitar. I mean, I'm trying to get a Benedetto guitar, a 7-string. So I mean, another guitar I'm using right now. So I'm using my 6-string. I mean my 7-string. Let me show you the one I got from. Oops, something's wrong with my cable. So let me put this over here. I'm using also this D'Angelico XL that I got. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too. So this is a pretty great guitar, especially for the price range. You could go to my Amazon store and pick this up if you want to. I have an Amazon store, and you just go straight here to ronjacksonmusic.com. Amazon.com/shop/ronjacksonmusic, and I sell all kinds of stuff there, my books and all kinds of stuff. Okay, and it's my Amazon store. And I sell the D'Angelico guitars there on that site too. So this is a pretty good guitar too. You turn it up a little bit. So I play 6-string too, because most of the time, most of the guitar players I teach don't play 6-string. So it's important to know how to play 6-string. So we're talking about chord melody today. So it's really important to learn the melody and the chords separately, then you put them together. Now melody is the hardest part of playing anything, I think, because the melody, everybody knows the melody. So if you mess up that melody, you can be the best musician in the world, and some guy, some average whoever, Joe or Smo, will say, "Man, you play great, man, but you messed up that melody," and he won't know anything about music. So the melody is the most important thing. So when you're playing these chord melodies, you got to hear the melody, and whenever you play a melody, even by itself, you got to play it perfect, because everybody knows the melody. So let me see. The Highliner book, will it help? And how so? Oh yeah, Dario. Yeah, the book will help. I mean, I've sold like 40, 50 copies already of this book to all my students and fans, and they love this book. It also teaches you all kinds of different cool things. So just go to my website and order it from me directly there at ronjacksonmusic.com. It's on my description here. And this book only has 12 different lessons. One of the lessons is I teach you how to play walking bass lines. So, like, for example, let's talk about walking bass. So, you see me playing walking bass all the time. So, Dario. So, if I'm not playing a walking bass line, you have to know how to play 2-note voicings on a chord, especially on 7th chords. Chords that have 1, 3, 5, and 7. Okay, or a flat 7. It's a dominant chord. Okay, so a chord that's voiced like this. So the 3rd and 7th is the 2 notes we use a lot on a chord in jazz to get a sound where you don't have to, you eliminate the rest of the notes, and that's the most important sound of the chord. Okay, so if I'm playing up a scale, I'm only playing 3 notes, like that. So you can do that across the neck. I can do it that way too. I can go this way too. Watch. So I did the same voicing up and down the neck. So I'm using a root, just third and seventh. And that's really important if you want to do walking bass lines on the guitar and a lot of chord melody stuff. So if I'm walking a bass line like this, and a blues. Yeah, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question in a minute. So when I'm actually doing a walking bass line like that in a blues, which is just like 1 in G to C7, G7, C7. That's an easy progression. Okay. Then C7, just a regular blues. Everybody knows the blues, I hope. And so if I'm walking a bass line, I'm just using 2 notes. Okay, I'm using actually a 2-note chord and a bass line on the bottom. So that's called the third and seventh. Oh, they call it a guide tone, just so you know. I didn't tell you that yet. So guide tones are really important to be able to play walking bass lines. So if I'm going to do a guide tone, I'm going to go like this. Hear that? See what I did? I just played 2 notes and I did a walking bass line under each chord. And that's actually, in this book, I do a whole chapter in this book about that whole thing called Chords at Your Fingertips. You can buy it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'll actually sign it. So I actually do the progression and I build up to where you actually play a full jazz blues in the key of G with comping rhythms and everything. And that's a really popular lesson on Acoustic Guitar Magazine's website. And if you get the book, all the books come with video and tabs and everything. So this has tabs if you look closely. It's everything. So it's a really great book if you want to work on your bass lines. So let me ask you some questions. Oh, does the 7th string of your guitar help in voicing for bass? Yes, of course. That's from Alex Isugi. And or is it possible to work on a regular 6 string? Yes, this is a 6 string. So just so you know, I switched guitars, Alex. So this is a 6 string right now. So I'm playing bass lines with a 6 string or a 7 string. I started off with 6 string. So actually, I could walk bass lines on 6 string too. I was always good at that. So basically, I can walk on 6 string and 7 string. I mean, 7 string sounds more like a bass because the 7th string on my guitar is really the 3rd string of a bass. I have a low A. So yes, I can walk on 7 string, and it's very important to walk on, learn how to walk on 6 string first. So let me keep answering questions here. Thanks. Is it time to start learning? Okay, this is from Glenn Michael Thompson. Thanks for answering. It's time to start learning and making your own arrangements as well as some from other guitar players. I'll have to check your book out for sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you know what? It's important to learn arrangements first because you don't really know how to do chord melody arrangements until you look at other people's arrangements. So I used to transcribe Wes Montgomery arrangements. I forgot some of them. Like one of them was I've grown accustomed to your face. This is a Wes Montgomery arrangement, but I haven't played it in a long time. It's called I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face. It's just a ballad. But, he does a lot of great stuff with block chords and drop 2 voicings, which you can learn from me in this book too, okay? And from other guitar teachers, excuse me. So he kind of goes like this. The melody goes like this. So the melody goes like that. So I'm gonna play. So he actually played. He played mostly of a chord over every melody note like this. He would go like this. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm doing it by ear. Thirds. So what I just did was, I mean, I was doing that by ear basically, but I've been chord melody arranging for so long, and I know about some of the harmony of the song. I don't know that song that well. That actually, I was just kind of doing it by ear. So when I was doing the chord melody, I was doing a bunch of different techniques. I was like doing like block chords, and then when the melody note came out, I would just do simple thirds, just down the up the scale. See, and I did chord melody like inner alignment there. Hear that? I put that line in between. Then I went. So that's basically a Wes Montgomery chord arrangement. I mean, he basically played it that way. I'm not doing exactly the way he did it, but he's not really doing anything fancy, guys. He's just basically just doing block chords, basic inversions, like this. You could do fancier stuff like this. I can put a 9 in there instead. I can go. I can put all kinds of fancy stuff in there. I can do seconds. I could put a major sharp fourth. I could put fancy notes like that in the chord. So there's all kinds of stuff you could do with a chord melody arrangement. It's up to your imagination at the end, actually. So I mean, I have I'm trying to be more imaginative. So sometimes I think I play too inside, and so I try to start doing things like. I could do seconds. It sounds more modern. Things like that. You can do fancy techniques. So let me keep answering questions. What's a simple, fun chord progression? Let me answer this question here. What's a simple but fun chord progression for beginners? Blues is the most simple chord progression. But all the pop songs have another simple chord progression. Devon is like 1 6 2 5, like C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G, just 1 4 5, C. F, G. I mean, if you're a beginner, those are, you should know all these basic chord progressions. One important thing, everybody, you should know all your open string chords. So all your bar chords, everybody, someone mentioned the cage system here. All your bar chords come from open string chords. So it's very important to learn open string chords first. I've had students who play jazz, and then I ask them, do you know any? They don't know the open string chord. I'm like, what? You don't know you got to know the basics, everybody. To be able to play all the stuff I'm doing, you need to know the basics. So it's very important. Hey, everybody from all over the world is watching. Thank you. Someone from Greece. Greece the musical. Just kidding. Yeah, so guys, if you're enjoying this, I'm talking about a lot of techniques I use in this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's all my details here. And you can pick up your own book and I'll sign it for you. And it teaches you about chord melody, all kinds of stuff, harmonizing melodies. And there's a chord melody arrangement in here. I might play it for you. It's at the end of the book. It's called Billy Boy. And I'll have to read it, but it's right here at the end here. And it's actually like a combination of the whole book. It's the very last lesson. If you look closely, that's my chord melody arrangement, where I use all kinds of great techniques about chord melody right here. Okay, and reharmonizations and stuff. So this is out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So let me show you, everybody. Let me answer more questions. So what's the best way to learn scales across the fingerboard? Do you use the major scale and the relative minors if necessary? I know all the scales almost. So, Ruben. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have all the major scales written out the Berkeley method in one lesson. So let me just show you real quick, Ruben. So yeah, I mean, I'm using much more than major scales in general. So you got to be able to play you have to play all of them. There's 8 fingerings from the major scale from the Berkeley method, from the Berkeley College of Music method where I studied. So here's one. I'm going to play it for you real quick. Okay, this is a warm up for me. 1, 2. 3. I'm kind of playing fast. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. So, I know those skills pretty well. I'm just playing a little too fast right now because I'm trying to show you in like 1 minute. So, those are the 8 fingerings. The point is to be able to play like this. Without getting lost. I'm just messing around, but you should be able to play a C major scale or any scale, any key, up and down the fingerboard, across, this way and across without getting lost. E flat. G flat. Any key. So you should be able to play all your scales. I'm just kind of playing a little fast, but just to show you, this is just a major scale. There's the diminished scale. There's the whole tone. There's all the modes of the harmonic and melodic minor, which we'll talk about soon. So actually, just so you know, Devin, I have this as a lesson already on my YouTube channel here. So just take a look at it. All the modes of the major scale. And also, no, I don't have that lesson. But if you become a patron, you get all these things from me too for free on my Patreon. So if you want to join my Patreon, it's right here. It's patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you can learn all kinds of cool things. I have chord melody arrangements, scales, all kinds of stuff right there. So just join my Patreon. You can get all that stuff, guys, for free. But otherwise, you have to go pay individually on my website for those lessons. And I think it's like $3.99 or $2.99 for all the major modes, all the major scales, all the fingerings, all the melodic minor scales, and there's a bunch of other stuff. I'm putting stuff up every week, 2 or 3 lessons a week. Okay, so we're talking about chord melody. Let me answer a few more questions. Also, how did you find the cage system is very important, actually, Ruben. So, I mean, I use that all the time subconsciously, and that's learning all your chords, open string chords, and making them to bar chords. That's what basically it is. So you just got to know how to take a C chord, change your fingers around, and move it up the scale. And you play the corresponding scale right under. Everywhere. I'm just messing around, but you know what I'm saying? You should be able to play all through these scales like that from open string chords. Okay, now let me keep going. I think you're gonna, yeah, go ahead, Henry, buy my book. You get it autographed. It comes with, just so you know, everybody, my book comes with, every lesson in this book has video as well. It comes with a video lesson and tabs. And I have 3 lessons in this book, but there's a lot of great writers here. Adam Levy, who played with Norah Jones, Lisa Loeb, and Annie DeFranco. He's a writer. He's a good friend of mine in this book. A bunch of guys, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Peppy Rogers, who used to be the editor of the magazine, Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So it's through Hal Leonard Music, but you can pick it up through me. It's better to pick up through me. Go to my website at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And I just I sold a lot of books recently, and people from all over the world have been buying them, from France, Germany, Australia, everywhere. Thank you guys for being such great supporters of my channel too, and help support me by buying my books and donating on my page there, here on my description, and following me and sharing with your friends, of course. Thank you. So let me keep going. Let me see. So rock guitar takes away from the jazz power chord, which technically is a 3rd and 7th partial chord, right? Yeah, rock guitar, Dario, it's a different style, but I'm sure they use 3rd and 7th too. A lot of rock guitar songs have like 5 chords, the power chord. Oh, that stuff. I'm just not the type of guitar to play that kind of stuff on it, but you know what I mean. Feels like Teen Spirit. So it's just like, there's a lot of power chords, but rock has all kinds of stuff in it these days. So, I mean, I love Tosin Abasi from Animals as Leaders. One of my heroes. I want to get his 8-string guitar. So, so these are great guys. So I can't, I used to play rock myself a lot. I switched to jazz when I became an adult, but I was a rocker when I was a kid. So all that stuff is great. And, I can't, they play all kinds of different harmonies in rock now too. So let me keep going. So I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Alex, Tuber Official. I love you, my friend. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering questions here. So thanks for the live show. I love it. Great, Anthony. Thanks for watching. Climate change. Yeah, I'm good. So you from the United States, right? Yeah. So you is from the United States. Well, what's from the United States? Me? I live in the United States, but if you were getting my book, I ship it all over the world, okay? So just so you know, and my stuff you can just download on my website. Hi, Greece. I love you, Ron Jackson. Thank you, Luis. Do you think playing very jazzy kills the emotion? No. You can play jazz with emotion. Just so you know, GC, GG. Okay, Louis. I've got guitar. Of course, I'll buy the book. Dario, buy the book. Yeah, go ahead. Devin, thanks. Hi from Italy, Silvio. Man, you basically taught me how to play jazz solos on guitar. Thanks so much for your video. So, actually, thank you. Actually, he says I basically taught him how to play jazz. Okay, let me show you another chord arrangement. So we're talking about chord arrangements. So this chord arrangement I'm going to play for right now is called Loose Step. It's actually a blues in A, okay? And it's off my very first album that you can't find right now, called Loose Step. called a guitar thing that was on Muse Records. It's the same label that Pat Martino, my guitar teacher, was on, and a bunch of other guitar players. Kenny Burrell was on that label for a little while. A bunch of people. And they got sold into my, I don't know where my masters are, but this is a song called Loose Steps. Basically a blues using block chords. And I really like this arrangement. And I actually I'm going to be putting it up on my website tonight to sell the arrangement, and it goes like this. You'll like this. It's like, with a band, it sounds really cool. It sounds like this, though. Let me see if I can play it for you. Ready? So that's just a blues in A. It's tricky because I'm playing 6/7 string a lot. So I play this differently on this is a 6-string guitar. I play this differently on a 7-string. So this has a lot of block chords. So just an A blues, A, D, A13. Then I do that kind of thing, a flat through. Then I go D, then G7. Then I do this chromatic thing from A. Then I do it E, dominant 7 sharp 9, and D7 dominant 7 9, and a flat 9 here. It goes like this. Okay, let me try that one more time for you guys. So I'm going to play a little bit better this time too. Watch this. Okay, so that's how it sounds on 7-string guitar. On 6-string guitar. Let me show you how it sounds on 7-string guitar. So I do it a little bit differently. So I've only been playing 7-string guitar. I recorded that song on my first album in 1991 when I was only like 25 or something. I'm only 26 now, so. So look at this. So look at me play that on 7-string, because I'm used to playing 7-string. Sometimes I get this thing we call missing string syndrome, where I still think I'm playing a 7-string. But so this is how you would sound on 7-string guitar, because I can hit that low note now. Watch this. Hear that low note? So I got that note. So that's the really cool thing about the 7-string. You get those low notes. So sometimes when I play when I switch between the two guitars, it's confusing because sometimes I'll be thinking I'm hitting the 7th string, but I'm playing a 6-string. But that low note brings it to the surface, doesn't it? Yes, doesn't it, Kyle? Yeah. It's tricky though, because you gotta miss. When I'm hitting all these strings on top, you gotta not hit all these other strings except the 7. Like that. You see that? Let me answer some more questions. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Let me see. Oh, how do you use melodic minor with natural minor chords? You know what? That's a good question, Shadows. I just throw melodic minor on any kind of minor chord. See, when you're playing a minor chord, they tell you to play natural minor, but a jazz musician would pick from any minor, actually, according to what they hear. So you could use any minor, actually. So, I use melodic minor, harmonic minor, Dorian, Phrygian, Aeolian, anything. Because, it depends on what your knowledge is. So if I'm playing A minor. I'm playing melodic minor now. I just mix it up. Okay, I can go. I just mix all kinds of minors in there. Okay. I just did a little frigid. So you can mix all kinds of minors over a minor chord, just so you know. When you mentioned using guide tones for the chord melody, this is close to using shell voicings. The assumption is correct. Yes, it's close to that. Yes. I mean, a shell voicing is just basically like 2 or 3 notes. And so basically in jazz, the main shell voicing is really just the 3rd and 7th. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a song. So I'm only doing, if I just played that without the bass line, it would sound like this. I'm just playing 2 notes actually with the bass line on the bottom. You hear it? So I'm just playing. That's all I'm playing on top. So, but that's really good if you're doing chord melody because you have all this room to throw other stuff on top. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of throwing notes on top of that now, off the shell voicing or the 3rd and 7th. Excuse me. I need some water. So what's happening? I have some coffee here. Yeah, so what's happening is when you play the 3rd and 7th on the bottom, on the top of the chord, you can put melody notes and chords, all kinds of cool things on top with the bass. So I'm going. I mean, you don't have to keep the same voicing, but it's basically you can play that a little bit and play the rest. So I'm kind of mixing it up. So I'm using that 3rd and 7th a lot just to get the sound of the chord. Then I'm throwing like melody notes on top. So there's a lot of techniques you can actually use, and we talk about these things in this book. Okay, so let me play you something out of the book so you can actually see something here. Let me see. You find Govan Guthrie jazz playing? I never heard that. You know what? I gotta check him out. I checked him out. Okay, Guthrie Govan's. I gotta check him out actually. I'll look after this. GG. The low note brings out the surface. Okay, good. Cool. It sounds like you're having a bass backing track with a 7th string. Really brings out everything above that. Yeah, Glenn, it does. Yes, lots of beautiful room. Official, good. Too well. Thank you. So tasty. Thank you, everybody. So let me show you something. So in this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, I've been talking about when we talk about chord melody. So we talked about harmonizing a melody. So I took a melody, the very last lesson in this book. I took a song called Billy Boy. It goes like this. So I'm going to show you this. This is a chord melody, impromptu live. So we're talking mostly about chord melody. So I want you to get something out of this today. So let's take a melody like this. This is written down. I'm going to be reading this, okay? And I haven't played this in a while, really. But it goes like this. The melody goes like this. So what I did was I did a chord melody with this actually. So first I did it like this. Watch this. This is all in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, just so you know. You can pick it up on my website. I have so many copies. It's actually, I'm starting to run low, so if you want to get a copy, pick one up today. I'm going to be ordering some more next week. Hopefully they'll be still in stock. So I just sold a few this week. So this book has this exercise about chord melody. So listen to this. So this is all written out right now. This is like one version of doing that with the melody. Watch this. You can do it that way, okay, or this way. Let me play it on 6-string for you. Hey, I'd say high gauge. So someone was asking me what gauge strings I use on this. So you guys know, take a look. Don't hurt your fingers, guys. That's a 14 on top, 79 on the bottom of my 7-string. Okay, that's a 14 on top, just so you know. Oh, wow. Hey, Dovla, I have a student that's right now 67 who's studying jazz guitar right now. So, no, it's not too late. Okay? So, just so you know, everybody, I have 14s on this guitar too. This is a 14 gauge on top of my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for having me become a D'Angelico 6-string artist, because they don't make 7 strings. So they gave me this guitar as an artist. So you can pick up this guitar, go to Guitar Center. Also go to my website. No, it doesn't change the neck angle. It's a good guitar, so don't worry about that. If you want to pick up a guitar like this, go to my Amazon store. I have a page on D'Angelico guitars. Go to Ron Jackson. Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar there. Okay, they're great guitars. They're not expensive. This one lists for $2,000. You can get them cheaper, a little bit cheaper on my store. So I just played that song on the 7-string, but I was playing the 6-string part. So let me play you the whole arrangement from the book. And there's a lot of chords in this arrangement. So watch this. See if I can play this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh. Watch this. So that was the final week of this book. So I took that melody called Billy Boy, like this melody, and I permutated it all into like an easy chord melody to a really complex chord melody. So I mean, that's how you learn how to do chord melody, everybody. You got to take a melody, know the melody separately, know the chord separately, put it together, create different kind. Put the melody on top. You can put the melody in the middle too, and on the bottom, but we didn't talk about that part yet. And you have to learn. You have to learn chord melody solos from other people, like from books like me, or learn from the masters like Joe Pass, Wes Montgomery, all those guys. I mean, those are the main guys I learned from. I've seen Joe Pass. He was one of my idols, and I saw him when I was in college do a workshop, and he was amazing, man. He was just a monster. He played the classical guitar and the electric guitar really great with his fingers and everything. I mean, just amazing, and his pick. And so anyway, so you know what, everybody, I'm gonna be packing up in a minute because I have to eat lunch and stuff. So yeah, do you recommend lubing the bridge with graphite? No, I don't do anything like that on my guitar. So someone was asking about the strings. I already showed you the strings. So everybody, please, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And, if you want to, what's the word? If you enjoy this, you want to donate, also, you can here at paypal.com at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to. Okay, if you want to help support me and my channel. Okay, if you also subscribe and share everywhere. I have a lot of followers everywhere. So on TikTok everything is Ron Jackson Music. TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. What was I going to say? If you want to join my Patreon, please do so. It's right here. It has all these lessons there too, actually. And, it's patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And go to my website if you want to get the book, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's easy, ronjacksonmusic.com, and pick up the book. Chords at your fingertips. Actually, it's, I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I write a lot of articles, a lot of lessons actually for them. I've written about 30 lessons for them since 2013. I've been working for them, and I have 2 books out. This is one book. This is another book's called Guitar Scale and Mode Mastery, which is not published, not printed yet because of the pandemic, because of work shortages. But go pick up this book and help support me. You'll love the book. I'll sign it for you. This book has all the videos for every lesson too, so you don't have to worry about that. You can look at the lesson. You could have the tabs, everything. So really a wonderful book. And what was I going to say? Thank you for watching. And go to ronjacksonmusic.com. And if there's anything else, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Thanks for supporting me. And it was great talking to you about chord melody today. I'm doing a show tonight on Instagram called Sunday Evening Jazz. And I have 2 drummers on the show that are going to be guests if you want to watch that. But I'll be doing these live lessons, impromptu lessons, every few days when I have a chance, just to reach out to my audience more. And please definitely subscribe. I have a lot of cool videos coming out, live performances, lessons, all kinds of stuff. I saw my friend Lafayette Harris just say hi. I have a video that just came up with him. Thank you, Lafayette. You're welcome, Shiva. Yeah, thanks, Dario. Do you recommend? Yeah, so I'm trying to, it's hard to talk and play, but I'm glad you guys are watching and really appreciate what I'm doing. And thank you, Elixir Strings, for the nice shirt. It's funny because I won a contest a couple years ago called the Performer Magazine Elixir String Contest, and they made a bunch of vinyls. My fans voted me actually for me, and I won with another band. One's a rock band. I'm a jazz guy with so they actually gave me about 70 vinyls. I'll be selling that on my website too. They're singles, but I just one of my fans on TikTok just actually purchased one. So we'll talk more about this. I need to do like a real YouTube video about chord melody, the whole process. But I think this is a good way of doing it because yeah, great. Someone's watching my YouTube shorts 5 times a day. That's great. So who is that? Let me see who that said that. Brian Wood. Oh yeah, great, Brian. I'm glad you watched them. Yeah. So everybody, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys. And I'll try to do the best videos and try to do the best playing I can for you. Sometimes it's hard to do the best playing when you're talking all the time, but because you can't concentrate on playing. But it's fun, And I'm trying to reach my audience and grow my YouTube. So please share with everybody and subscribe if you don't already. And we'll see you on social media, everybody. And if you want to take lessons with me, just let me know. I have a lot of students that off YouTube now who are studying with me. So just email me. Just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, or just email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? It was fun. Have a great day, okay? Great, thanks. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson, and we're going live. And we are going live. Michelle, can you make sure the camera's pointed the right way? On the live stream, I can't tell. It's coming out right. I'm going this way. Wow, it's really good. It's really good. Wow. Hey. Yeah, it's a low A. It's play guitar. So, in rock they choose for a low B, but in jazz they choose for low A. Have you heard of a guy named George Bennett? He was a second string jazz guitarist. He was the godfather of modern second string jazz guitar. He did it for low A. And my guitar teacher was one of the things for others. Second string jazz guitar. That's what for low A. When I started playing, I did it for low B. Yeah, this is standard. Yeah, it's a low A. Let's do sorry. We turn this off. Get started. Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Good? Yeah, we like rowdy crowds, and I'm always thinking this is Country Street, which is Mama Can. No, I don't know how they got the name, but I like it. Oh, it's a Motley Crue song. Oh, okay. Yeah, so everybody, just so you know, this said I'm live streaming to my YouTube channel, Facebook channel, and LinkedIn channel. It's all. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. Ron Jackson Music. I'm live. So you guys are live right now. So make sure you sound rowdy into the music. We're gonna do a song right now called Lovey Dovey. Don't ask me what that means. We're gonna play that song. Michelle. Sorry. One, two, three, four. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Thank you. So I found my way over here to San Jose. I didn't know the way I used the GPS actually, but thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate it. Great crowd tonight. Thank you. And there was a blue book going around, not a black book, a blue book. If you want to sign up to my email list, it's right over there. Oh, you have it. Oh yeah, you try to keep it. So hand that around. And if you have any nice comments to make, we'll post them on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Again, let's give a big hand for these wonderful musicians. Mr. Brian Hall on Hammond organ. We're going to play Brian's song after this one. We have Miss Sylvia Cuenca on drums. All the way from San Jose. I heard Dad plays guitar, and he's one of my fans too. Thank you. Yeah, he's 90 now. I heard. That's amazing, man. You know, my guitar teacher, who got me playing the 7-string guitar here, Bucky Pizzarelli. He actually he passed away at 94. Actually, he was one of the first people I knew that passed away from COVID. Actually, right at the beginning of the pandemic, and he was the guy that got me to this guitar. So maybe I'll bring it down and play a song for you. I don't know if you have that song, guys, called "This Is Mine." Do you have that? So this is a song I dedicated to Bucky. This is the song that got me to playing 7-string guitar. Again, if you like me here too, you can pick up one of my vinyls. This is the most popular item that I sell, actually. The vinyl has made a comeback. So give vinyl a big hand, yeah. So this is on this album, among other songs that we're playing tonight. So this is called "This Is Mine." Thank you, everybody. I'm going to bring it up a little bit, get a little funky for you. Uh-oh. Anybody here from Texas? Okay, that's good. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? One of my other mentors on guitar, Melvin Sparks, who passed away in 2011, and he produced one of my albums. Some of the funky songs you hear tonight. And this song is another song dedicated to him because he was from Houston, and this is called the Texas Shuffle. Woo! Uh-oh. You can dance to this one if you want. Thank you very much. Sylvia Pointer on the drums. Thank you. Brian Moore on the hammer organ and Rob Jeff on the 7th string guitar. So that's a new tune. We're going to be recording a few tunes tomorrow in the studio for my new album with these wonderful musicians over here. I'm going to be recording my album in different parts of the United States. Featuring Hammond organ players. Yeah! So if you enjoy what you hear, definitely pick up one of my Jazz Guitar Heroes t-shirts here. Can anybody guess all the names up there? The 6 and 7 string Jazz Guitar Hero shirts. Who can name the 7 string Jazz Guitar Heroes? Can anybody raise their hand? Oh, this guy. Uh-oh. Okay. Who got the trapdoor? The 7 string Jazz Guitar Heroes.
Bucky, Howard, George.
Oh, Jimmy. No. The last names.
Okay. Pizzarelli.
Yes.
Harrison.
Who?
Benson.
No. 6 strings. I'm 7 string here. Guitar Hero. 7 string.
Oh, wow. Not Benson? All right.
No, which one is the? So it starts with Bucky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So.
Pizzarelli.
Yes.
The great one that got.
Who's the second guy?
I
Howard. Is it Howard? I can't see.
Yeah, Howard.
Howard Alden.
All right.
Who's the third guy?
George.
Van Epps.
Wow. Okay.
George Van Epps, the godfather of 7 string guitar. The Alvin Jones. Okay. Nobody else? Okay. Jimmy Bruno. Who's the next guy? John Pizzarelli. Lenny Bro, who's from the West Lanes. The last one. Ron Estee from the West Coast. And Ron Jackson too. Yay! So I'll play another song of mine on this album, off my new album. And this song is dedicated to a friend of mine actually who had commissioned the song. He actually passed away from aphasia last year in April. And you know what aphasia is? Does anybody know what that is? You know Bruce Willis, this actor? He had to stop acting because he has a disease. I think it's related to Parkinson's. But anyway, this song is called Roundabout. Good. Here we go. You can dance to this if you want. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's get a big hand for these wonderful musicians again. Oh, yeah. So we have a request, my great friend Malachi. Yay, give him a hand. He's a great guitar player. What do you live?
Turlock, California.
Turlock? Where the hell is that?
Originally from San Jose.
Okay. But he lost his way. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a great song. You're going to have to guess what the song is, but this is off my new album too. You know, most of the songs tonight are my new album, but this is a song that you might recognize. See if you can guess what it is, okay? Raise your hand after we hear it. Let me tune my guitar real quick. I have a lot of strings to tune here, so. Yep. I'll do a little bit faster. Like the record. Never revamp it like this. Study this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Anybody get the name of that song? Oh, it's Brandon. Well, if you drink it for Brandon tonight, you would know that song. That's like, I love that too. You know, it's really funny. I grew up, so this album, Standards of My Song, this album right here, I grew up listening to a lot of these songs and I made them into pop, jazz to pop song. So after this, if you want to pick one up, I'll sign a copy for you. And again, let's give a big hand for this wonderful band. Mr. Brian Hall on the hammer organ. That's not the hammer organ. Yeah, but one time Brian is a discount artist. He said to him, I said to him, I love the hammer organ. He said, discount organ. So, and we have Miss Sylvia Quentin on the drums. All the way from San Jose. And I'm all the way from Manila Bay. My name is Ron Jackson on the 7-string guitar. Thank you for coming out again. And this is going to be a jam session right after this. Yeah, so we'll do one more for you, and then we'll have the jam session come up. Maybe we'll have Malachi and Morrissey and Ellen come up and play. No, they're like, no! These are some of my students over here, my friends. Yeah, give them a hand. They drove 2.5 hours to see me play. I appreciate you guys. You guys drove a long ways too, didn't you? Oh yeah. Okay. So let's do
Worldwide!
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I really appreciate you. I'll be back here probably in about 6 months. But thank you for coming out to San Jose. And seeing you. So we're going to be playing tomorrow night in San Francisco. If you want to come by. So come by and talk to us. And I'll be doing a workshop. If you want to, on jazz improv at the California Jazz Conservatory on Saturday in Berkeley. If you want to come by. I think these guys are coming, maybe. I hope, maybe. Well, have a great night. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. You're a guitar player, no? Yeah. Sorry, I turned the amp off before. Sorry about that. Let me say bye. I gotta say bye to my friends over here. It's still live streaming? The cable. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching. So we'll see you guys very soon. Ron Jackson. And if you don't subscribe to me, please subscribe to me. I'll have a lot of live streams. And have a great night, okay? Goodbye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. Just doing a little test here for my patrons and making sure you guys can see me and or hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me fine over there. Just checking to see if I can. Oh yeah, I see 2 people up there already. That's great. Now, if you want to, okay, this is going to be a workshop about the 6 and 7 string guitar, the chords, and accompaniment. So you should be subscribed on YouTube, and you should be able to chat with me. There's a chat box to ask questions. Okay, so let me say that.
right now. You should be able to chat with me, I hope, to ask questions. You have to log in somehow to hello, are you there? Okay, you should be able to log in and hear me. Hold on. I'm going to start in 1 minute, 2 minutes. A lot of technology here. I'll plug this into this. I'm going to make sure also that I'm plugged directly into the internet. And if you guys ever, start studying with me in person and it's long distance, you could actually use this program called Jamkazam, where you could actually play with me at the same time. I'm trying to figure out how to do that and actually try to stream from there for my. I might actually try to do that next, try to do a Jamkazam, but everybody has to have the same setup. I'm going to turn the light back on so you can see me better. That's good. So if you have any questions, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Reggie, just making sure you can you hear me clearly? Send me a message. Reggie Hagee is one of my students, a great guitar player who's in Long Island, New York. If you can hear me, just actually let me know that you can see me and hear me. Yes, great. So let me play you something before we go, start getting into the workshop about the difference between 6 and 7 string guitar and accompaniment styles. Here we go. I'll play a song for you. Okay. I don't know who else is watching. I know I see two people watching, but I hope you can figure out how to chat with me on the live chat. So I just played that song, Will You Still Be Mine? And in the key of E flat. And I did a bunch of stuff in there to show you how to, accompaniment styles and comping styles. Now, I mean, the most important thing for me in jazz, and actually for everybody, is not only to play the melody, but is also know your chords and your harmony, as well as a bunch of other stuff. But the most important thing about jazz is actually improvisation at the end. So my goal really is to teach 6- and 7-string guitar players how to actually improvise. But today we'll talk about accompaniment styles and the difference between a 6-string and 7-string guitar. So this is a 7-string Eastman AR model here, AE 810 CE7. It's a great guitar that I got directly from the company. I have a Seymour Duncan pickup on it, and I have these Labella jazz tape strings on it. I'll show you what it looks like. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is backwards. The camera's backwards, but it's okay. So they're pretty heavy strings, and the guitar is pretty a beast to play. It's a 17-inch guitar. So obviously, I think most of you who are on my Patreon tune your guitar to the low 7-string. I learned that from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli. He just said to me, tune it to an A. Make sure you have a low A on there. So I mean, the easiest thing about the 7-string, about this tuning of the 7-string, is that you do have a doubled A. This one. So any chord that has a A string in it, the 5th string A, you could just double, like a C chord. Just play it, double it there. I mean, it's simple, but not that simple when you start playing, actually. So you could, if you do like a 1, 6, 2, 5 and A minor and C minor, C major, excuse me. C, A minor, D minor, G7. You could do half of that with the 7th string. Just double, just replace the 5th string with the 7th string. Now you get to this thin sounding 4th string. So that's when you're going to have a problem. That's when you're going to have to use the 7th string again. So you're going to have to go. Now I would have to use a bar D minor chord to get that 7th string and get that full sound of the 7th string on a 1, 6, 2, 5. I'm going to turn my guitar down a little bit. I know it was overdriving a little bit when I was playing. So you're seeing how I'm doing a bass line right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm hitting the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I'm hitting the chords on the end of 1, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Now you could actually start doing a bass line with that too. That's a good that's actually an easy accompaniment pattern. So that's a 1-6-2-5 pattern using the 7th string of the 7th string guitar, replacing the 5th string. So that's the easiest thing to actually do. So when you're actually playing a 7th string, just replace this 5th string with the 7th string, and you can do all kinds of wonderful things. So if I'm doing the same pattern in a higher register, where I'm using the 6th string, like this C major 7 or like this. Okay, any kind of C chord. Okay, welcome a third person that joined my chat. To the level. And if you have any questions, please do me a favor and try to join the chat box. Or if you want to text me, actually, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to check my text. If you have any questions, let me check my text right now. I want to make sure you guys get your questions in. Text me. I'll put my text right now. If you can't get on chat, hold on. You can also text me your questions. I'm going to have my phone on. I'll turn the ringer on to make sure you text me. And so you could ask questions about anything. So so when I started getting into accompaniment, the most important thing to know is your basic chord voicings. Okay, everybody. So if you want to text me, I want to tell you right now. If you have any questions, if you can't see the chat, it is 718-768-7736. 718-768-7736. And you could actually send me a text about any questions you have about accompaniment styles, okay? Or the 6th and 7th string guitar today. So the most important thing is know your basic voicings, everybody, on the 6th string first. Now everybody wants to jump to 7th string, but they I think you have to kind of almost master the 7th string, be pretty advanced to get to this. On the 6th string, you have to be pretty advanced to be on the 6th string already. Then switch to the 7th string, okay? So you have to know all your basic chords, of course, because what I try to do is I try to translate with my students. You have to make sure you know all your basic open string chords. You can't like skip that. C minor, A minor, all the variations. A major 7, dominant 7, sharp 5. 6. All the possible variations. Okay, D minor, D7, all that. These are going to be really helpful because that's how you create all your bar chords. Okay, they all come from the open string chords actually. And when you see people with capos playing, they don't know how to play bar chords, so they use a capo. That's the main reason. And I rarely use a capo unless I have to play a song that's like where I have to play a bar chord for like 2 hours, and then my left hand starts to fall off. That's why I put a capo. So I just play the open string version of whatever the bar was. So it's very important to know your open string voicings and know how to change your chords, okay? So if I'm playing like a typical C, I might grab my 6th string. So for people who are watching too, you should know this on both guitars. But if I'm playing like a typical, let's say a 6th string C chord, C major, this is a very common voicing, but you gotta get used to playing this, to knowing how this chord functions. A lot of people, a lot of written music is based on the piano, which is written in thirds. So the guitar is written, is actually tuned in fourths. Okay, so this is actually this voicing is not like a root 3rd and 5th. This is actually a root 5th, root 3rd, 5th, root. Okay, So you have to kind of understand how to change the chord to different chords and knowing where, how chords are voiced on the guitar. So if I want to make this into like a C major 7, I have to change. I mean, there's a few different possibilities, but I have to change this note. Remember, the 7th is a root all the way up to the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is that degree. Okay. Now these are diatonic intervals. So the major 7th's a diatonic. Diatonic means within the scale, and remember, the major scale is the mother of all scales, based in European music, and then we translate it to jazz and rock and all our American styles, which all are great musics. Okay. So to make a C major 7, I have to take this note. Oops, distorted there a little bit, and lower this. Okay. Okay. I lowered this C to a C, to a B, excuse me. So, but then I'm not playing the 5th down, but I can if I want. I still can. Most common, most guitar players will put this G up an octave to play that now. And play that voicing, okay? Okay. And then, so basically I put this back an octave. That's a typical voicing. Then, to play a dominant 7th, I have to lower this note, which is a flat 7. Okay. A B flat, and then make a 6. I would do that. Okay, and then I would make a flat 6. Now, the thing is, you don't really need the 5th most of the time unless you're going to alter it. So I'll just play just these notes. 3 notes. That's a very common thing that I play. I actually learned a lot of these chord voicings from the William Levitt guitar book, A Modern Method for Guitar, and he's really great at those chord voicings. So you get a lot of your common voicings like that in major, like da 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 da. So you should know how to do these lines like that through the chords to get your special voicings. Okay, and then so now these are the major ones. Now if I want to make them to minor, so make it minor now. Okay. So I could do the exact same thing in minor now. So you have the C minor. Now, this is the funny thing is you can play the 5th on these, or you could just go. A lot of people do it that way. Like My Funny Valentine to the minor major 7. Now, the minor major 7 chord is only one note away from the major 7. You just have a flatted third now instead of the major 3rd, okay? So remember, everybody, you should know your intervals of your chords by heart. So so you could actually play these chords, so you actually know what you're doing and why you're doing it and what the chord is constructed on. So I usually do a major chord is 1, 3, 5, and the major 7 is 1, 3, 5, 7. Now you have to know how to alter the notes in any key. That way you'll know how to change the chords in any key. So I'll go 1, 3, 5, major 7, 1, dominant, 1, 6, 1, sharp 5, etc. Minor. I'm going minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, minor with a flat 5, etc. Okay? So minor. Da, 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 da. A lot of songs are like that. Then you have My Funny Valentine kind of thing. My Funny Valentine with the minor major 7, the minor 7. Sweet Comic Valentine, that kind of song. And these are very common voicings, actually. So you can actually play it like this too. You can play 3 notes. And just play the 3-note voicings that I've been showing you on my Patreon account about jazz voicings like that. With the walking bass line. So I'm going major, minor, major 7, minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6, flat 6 or sharp 5 they call it. And you hear this a lot in James Bond movies. Oh, thank you, Biker Chick, for saying that it looks and sounds good. So if you have any questions, please text me or send me a chat. Reggie, you have a question? Usually Reggie has a question. But I actually, so let me just try playing a song for you using some lines like this. Now this is on the 6th string. We'll talk about the 5th string root voicings like that. Okay. Let me turn this. Excuse me for a second. Now, let me play you a song that uses like a line cliche. Oh, I can do My Funny Valentine, I guess. Let me try that one. I haven't played the melody in a while, but let's try it. I'm going to do a little voicing octavier.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions right now? It seems like you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. So let me see. So let's talk about the voicings now on the fifth string. If you're having a problem looking at this, make sure you ask me some questions, or let me know. But text me at 718-768-7736. Let me just make sure the phone is on here. If you have any questions, also if you don't have any, if you have a request or anything about what I'm talking about or what I'm doing, please let me know. I'm going to show you a couple of accompaniment styles too as well. Let's talk about the fifth string root though. So remember so when we talked about the C chord like this in the sixth string, that actually comes from the open string E. So you should know your open string chords from the sixth string root. From the sixth string root and the fifth string and the fourth string root. So they're based on the E chord, the A chord from the open, and D. So those are the most common. These are all root position chords. Now we're only talking about root position. There are a lot of chords with no root positions, of course. We can get into that later, but you have to really know these well. So from the A chord, we can go up to the C bar chord. Okay. So this is actually the same voicing as the sixth string root chord, but only the last 5 strings of the sixth string chord. So you're going to basically alter the same notes, but of course, there's very common fingerings that we have in these chords. So you're going to have the C major, then you're going to have the C major 7, which is C major is 1 3 5, the C major 7 is 1 3 5 7, C dominant is 1 3 5 flat 7. Now here's where it gets weird. You're going to have to omit the first string. Oh, sorry. And then play. Sorry, I'm playing minor 6. To play the 6, you're gonna have to play the voicing just like this. Okay. For this voicing, okay, the 6th chord is 1 3 5 6. You should be able to arpeggiate these chords too. Every possible fingering too. Now, remember that you should be able to play all your arpeggios and fingerings of anything that you learn as many possible ways as possible. Like if I'm playing a major chord triad, okay, I'll show you all the ways I play. That's the same octave. Same string. I played it so many different ways. That's just in the same octave. So you should be able to do your arpeggios just like you should know your arpeggios in every key. Any arpeggio with any possible fingering. I mean, I learned this from studying with the great Pat Martino. He basically practices every possible fingering, every phrase, just like that, especially with chords. Okay. Now, so we did the basic chords of the fifth string root bar chord based on the open A string chord. We did the C major 7, C dominant, C6. Now you're gonna make the minor do the same thing, like My Funny Valentine. So C minor major 7, C minor 7, C minor 6. That's when you have to change the fingering. Yeah, like this. And omit the fifth string. I mean the first string, excuse me. Or the 5th degree, I meant. That's very, very common, okay? Now, there's other voicings you could actually do too from the 5th string root. I have to do it like this on the, I'll do it on the F chord like this. This is based on the open string C chord, and move that up. So you should do major 7th, dominant, 6, sharp up. You can do it from that chord to 5th string root, which is based on the C chord. Now you can do minor, the This is harder to play. Okay. And then to do minor major 7, I omit the actually the second string now to the 6th, sharp 5, etc. So you should know all these basic voicings on the 5th string root, okay? So people always ask me, so how do you do these bass lines and with all the comping? So what I do is I do a combo of different rhythms, but most of the time I use the 3rd and 7th, like this, on each chord. If I'm playing I'm talking about most chords that have like 7th harmony. So like a C major 7, the 3rd and 7th is the E and the B. So I'll play that different ways. My walking bass exercise in the key of C up diatonic was that pattern. Now, I'll just let you know that Bucky Picciarelli is the one that told me to actually do this. So it's it's actually a good thing. And actually, when Freddie Green would comp guitar chords, since we're talking about accompaniment, he would play those kind of voicings. So, like if he's playing a blues, like let's say blues in C, we're in C, that's the easiest thing to do. He'll go. Now this is a jazz blues. Now the best way to play this actually is to play it acoustically as possible. So this is a jazz blues in C. So this is a very common comping pattern in jazz, which you should know really inside out. It's the Freddie Green comping style, which looks easy, but it's not very easy. I worked on it for years with Bucky Picciarelli. Actually, I should be playing acoustic like this. Might have a hard time hearing me. You should have a mic on the guitar too, like this. I'll turn it up a little bit. Bucky said if you play through an amp with this style, that you should always play as soft as possible, because you're supposed to blend in with the bass player and practice with the bass player. Now it shouldn't sound like this. That's wrong, he said. You got to really play it with this finesse, but it's much more technically to get into Freddie Green. It'll take a little while. It will take like a whole lesson, a whole hour, to figure out the technique of your right hand, because you're not actually playing every note. You're playing like playing every note on the beat, on beat 1, and then playing like the 4th string basically on beat 2 and 4. So you get this sound when you're going really fast, like this. So that sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. So that's the Freddie Green style. And what happens usually too is, like, for example, if you're playing a blues, one technique is to always keep this, no matter what chord you're going to, keep playing the 6th string. And that's the one thing I learned from Bucky. So if I'm going from a C7, I'm going to keep the C in the bass when I get to C7. So it sounds like this. So this is C root position, then C7. Actually, 2nd inversion with the 5th in the bass, which is a C. So I'm going to play the whole blues right now, keeping the 6th string. Depending on the chord I'm playing, keeping the 6th string on the bottom. So it's going to be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. See what I just did? I basically kept the 6th string there. That's a technique that Bucky used when you're comping actually in a big band. You just keep the 6th string root there to keep that bottom there of the chord. But you should obviously know how to switch between, all the roots too, like this. Maybe I'll turn this down a little bit so you can see my hand better. You can do this. Watch. I'm going to actually hit the roots this time. Remember, I'm only playing the first 6 strings of the guitar. Now I can do a different position. All roots. Now, if I'm going to play this on the 7th string, using the 7th string of this guitar, the 7th string, I was just playing the 6th string like I was playing a 6th string. I would actually start, if I'm playing on the 6th string root, I would play 6th string root. When I get to the F, I'm going to play this down here now. Understand? I'm replacing the 5th here. The 5th string for the 7th. So let me play you any chord that has a 5th string root now, or voicing, I'm going to play on the 7th string. So watch this. You see? Oh, it's a little dark on the right hand side of the guitar. Okay. So watch this. Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to switch position. Open. Now, do you notice every time I get a chance to play that open A string, I will. When I'm playing the 7th string. So in this case, excuse me, when I went from C, I went from C to F. Then went up from the E minor. Instead of hitting the A like this, I hit that open A string because I want to get that. I want to get that low note. Now this is really unique. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn toward the light a little bit. Someone's telling me. Someone sent me a message. Move toward the light. I'll put the light closer. That's better? Okay. Now, so when I hit the E minor, okay, back to the A7, I'm actually hitting that open A string. So that's the difference I would make between the 6th and 7th string. Then when I get to the D minor, double that, or you can use this chord. Remember, I'm just keeping the 3rd and 7th. Mostly on the, when I play the 3rd and 7th, just so you know, when you're doing the Freddie Green comic style, you're basically just playing the 3rd and 7th, always on the 3rd and 4th string. Like that, you see? Now with accompaniment styles too, you don't have to stick exactly to the chord progression. I do a lot of things like tritone substitutions. Now, what is a tritone substitution? If I'm playing like a C7, instead of playing C7 for like if I'm playing C7, I'm approaching the F7 chord. What I'll do is I'll play a half step above the target chord, which is the F. So I'm going to play an F sharp or G flat, and then go to the F. So that way it makes the song sound more interesting. And also I'm not playing the same harmony out, so I'll go like this instead of going like this. For the first 2 bars, I'll go. I could go a half step below and approach the chord back to C7. I could go and I do the 2-5 to the G minor to C7, go back to the F, I could just go instead. So that's a tritone substitution. So the tritone substitution for a C is an F sharp or a G flat. Watch this. So I did tritone substitution of the C, which is a D flat. It's kind of like a G7. F sharp diminished. Go down chromatic to the A. These are all substitutions, so you don't have to play the exact chords. Now a lot of these substitutions are actually we call turnarounds, because we're actually turning around through the changes. You know, approaching different chords, getting to the 2 here, the D minor to 2, the key of C to the 5, 7. So I'm going. I'm approaching. I'm actually doing a chromatic passing chords going to the D minor. So I like doing these different reharmonizations that are very common when you're actually playing, so that you don't sound, because bass players are actually doing that all the time. They're going. So they're actually naturally doing it. So you can actually do that with your chords too. Follow the bass player like this. Now, we can get to this whole thing about walking bass lines as well. Now, I gave you an exercise on my on the Patreon account about walking bass lines, and they're really basic skills that I gave you, just root and third, just root and fifth basically, or just roots. The best way to really play bass lines and do them well is actually to what's the word? Learn bass lines from other bass players, because that's the best way to actually play the bass line. And so I'm actually a bass player too, so I would actually transcribe these kind of things. Let me move this back a little bit so you can see me better, my face. Kind of weird, huh? So that's that's what I actually try to do, is what I would actually advise you to do is learn bass lines. So we've been talking mostly about swing kind of patterns, comping patterns, and chord voicings. Now, please, if you have any questions, I know there's only a few people watching. It's about a third of my patronage on Patreon, but I'm glad that you're watching, because you can actually go back and look at this video stream. So I'll have the link up on my Patreon if you missed this. Okay. And also, if there's any questions, please let me know. So another, there's some other styles that I like to get into with comping. I mean, there's bossa nova style. Okay. So you saw me playing today. Okay. Oh yeah, Reggie has a question here before I keep going. Learn a bass line, then harmonize them. Yeah, you could actually. So if I'm playing, like, let's say a blues. Like, for example, a bass player would, the typical thing a bass player does is to get to a, like, from a C chord to an F7, C for 1 bar, and F7 for 1 bar. He would just go, and then he'll play a D sharp, E, F, and then go back down. Then he'll go F, and then E flat, D flat. I mean, so you could actually play the chord like this. What I did was I just played the very beginning. I just played the chord on the beat and then stopped it to do the rest of the bass line. Do it again. I mean, that's very common. down, but you can actually harmonize that too. You can actually go up diatonically. Oh, sorry. Also, I could just take the same chord and just slide it up there. Now going backwards, I could do. I did the third the third inversion of the F7, going down, then D minor, then D flat dominant, back, doing that same bass line. So you could do either a bunch of different things. You could do diatonic. What I do too is I do a lot of parallel motion. Parallel motion is actually this is for Reggie and everybody else. You could take the same chord and just slide it, approach another chord. It's very common in big bands. And like, I just took the same chord, slide it up a half step or up a half step. I mean, a half step from below or half step from above. So if I'm doing a bass line and I'm going, I can slide that whole thing up. Sounds good. Then when I get to the G minor, I just go up a half step from that G minor. Now, all these bass lines are bass lines I actually learned from before. So you don't have to play a chord under each bass note. You could actually, you could actually hit the first beat and then continue. You can continue to play the bass line. And so I'm going like, I can go like this, watch. Now you see how I'm holding the notes sometimes, and sometimes I'm actually not playing the chord at all. You don't have to play the chords all the time when you're doing the bass line. It'd be like too much if you just went. Does it sound natural?
Like one of the most popular and most used speaker companies in the world.
Yeah, so we've been making loudspeakers for, in 2 years' time, we'll be making loudspeakers for 100 years. So Celestial, we're going to have a big party, 100-year party, so you'll be invited.
Where's it going to be?
It'll be here, we're not here in the hall, but it'll be at the ranch. Do you know where the ranch is?
Where's the ranch?
It's in Anaheim. It's like a venue that does like two-step dancing. And
oh, you're going to have live bands and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, have some jazz.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he was telling, so Ken was telling me that they make 1,000 of these a day.
So these are compression drivers, so they're high frequency units, and yeah, we make 1,000 of these a day, more than all our competitors put together. So you look around all the boxes around here, you know, the little two-way boxes on a stick, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gig within a corner of a bar. Chances are it's got one of these in, or something very similar.
Made by Celestial.
Made by Celestial, yeah.
And most amps use your speakers, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out of all the amp companies.
So yeah, for the guitar stuff or bass guitar stuff, yes, maybe 70% of them use our speakers.
That's a big monopoly. That's amazing. I love to hear that. I love to hear that.
We've been doing it for a long time. We're good at it now.
I know you guys. I mean, you guys have this impeccable reputation. I mean, Celestial. When I walked up to John, no,
Yeah.
I was like, I'd like to endorse you guys. Well, send me your card. You know, he saw my social media and said, okay.
Yeah,
representative of us.
I've seen you playing on some of the other booths, and yeah, you sound really good.
Oh, thank you. I'm so proud to have a Celestial in my amp. You know.
Yeah, that's really good to see.
So we're gonna.
I play that on the telly.
I'm gonna tell everybody about you. I've been telling you. Not like I need to tell everybody, but you know, they're really great guys. So everybody, definitely get your Celestial speakers and make them last another 1,000 years. You'll be like, man, some guy be 1,000 years later. Look at this video, man. What is this stuff? We make 10,000 of these things now.
We have robots making them now.
I'm sure robots are doing them now, no?
Yeah, it's a mixture of robots and people, because some of the stuff you can do with a robot, like applying the glue, so you always make sure you get the same amount of glue on something. But for some of the stuff, when you're making a cone, it's very fragile, right? These things, it's very fragile, so it needs hands.
Yeah, man.
So, but some of the stuff we make in the UK, like some of the people making them, like so around the corner here, we've got a loudspeaker called the Blue. That's been made by the same lady, pretty much from start to finish, from now. So, and we have the manager of the production in the UK has been working. She's a lady called Dee Potter. She's been working for us for 48 years.
Damn. So how many people you have working in your company altogether? Like, when you know, your builders?
Well, there's like 40 in the UK, but obviously we have a big factory in China now as well. So, and yeah, there's hundreds of people there. So.
Yeah, in China, yeah. But in the UK, you have about 40 people.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
But we've had to double the output recently. Over the last 2 years, we've doubled the output of the speakers we make in the UK.
So the pandemic has been good for you guys.
Yeah, because everyone wants to pick up a guitar and learn how to play an instrument.
Me
right?
too.
So
No, it's true. I mean, the pandemic, you know, my social media and everything really got much bigger during the pandemic. I mean, you know, I did it on the side, but now I had nothing else better to do. And I said, hey, John, I need a speaker, man. I've been sitting at home by myself.
Good
This is
stuff.
amazing, man.
Thank you.
Oh, the headband. I got to get one of those.
So the cone is made of hemp.
Oh. So when you're done, when they finally break, you can smoke it. Oh!
You can't say that.
I know, I didn't joke.
I know.
That's amazing. So the Copperback 250 is the most powerful speaker you make for a guitar.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so he says I can't blow that out, so that's good news. I'm gonna put it in 10 when I get home. Let's see if you can prove them wrong.
You look at some of them. Come on in.
Okay, sure. I'm coming.
It's really the beginning of the story for Celestial. This is called the Blue. So if you listen to the Beatles, if you see the very early black and white films of the Beatles, they're playing one of those.
Oh wow! How many watts is that one?
So this is very low wattage. I can't remember. It's very low. It's like 20 watts or something.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, here we go. 15. There we go. Close. And it's the same speaker we're still making now. And this is again like 50 years later.
Wow.
So.
And wow, so you can't play too loud. Can you blow these out?
Again, well, it depends, you see, how sensitive the loudspeaker is. So it's not just about the power handling, it's about this figure, the sensitivity. So that the sensitivity figure indicates how loud it will go for 1 watt input. So 1 watt input for 100 dB, it'll go so loud, but it might be that this one is 98 dB, that you can put twice as much power in it and it'll still be the same volume. So it's not as simple as just the power. But you won't park your copper backs.
So what about the copper backs? Why is it? What's the sensitivity of a copper back to one I'm using?
I would be guessing, but it's going to be quite high. It's going to be like 97. So, but these are not decibels and sensitivity. It's not a linear figure. It's actually a logarithmic scale. So it's logarithmic. It's got a natural log. So it means if it goes up 3, that sounds twice as loud.
Oh wow!
So this is nearly twice as loud as that.
Oh wow! Interesting.
So
wow,
it's not simple.
So how many guitar speakers do you make altogether? Different kinds. Huh?
I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, it's thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands of different guitar speakers.
Oh no! I mean no, the different types of guitar speakers. There's a range of about 25, something like that. So. And it's just like all different flavors of ice cream. They sound different, right? So some people like one, some people like another. So.
You know, it's really amazing. I never realized that speakers are so important here. I mean, even more important than the amps themselves. You know.
So you're playing bass, aren't you? Or?
No, I play 7-string guitar.
Okay, so if you think if you're playing an acoustic guitar, right, the sound you hear is the sound of the air volume inside resonating and also the wood resonating. If you're playing an electric guitar, you don't have that.
Yeah.
So most of the sound comes from, some of it comes from the guitar, but most of it comes from the amplified distortion and the speaker. Because ultimately you're listening to the speaker, right? So that's the bit that makes the noise. So that kind of does the job of what the wood on the acoustic guitar would have done. So yeah, they sound different. Like any guitar sounds different. So.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, but you guys have the best speakers.
Thank you.
No, I love them. I've always wanted to talk to you guys before that, but it never happened. Because I never walked up to you and talked to you. Yeah, but anyway, that's great. I'm so glad. Thanks for the history of speakers and more knowledge. I just basically play my guitar and play. So.
Well, we have a lot of cool artists endorsing us, so it's really good. So.
Yeah, I saw it on your website. You have a bunch of.
I mean, like Hendrix. So Hendrix used to play these.
Hendrix. Oh yeah. Wow, this is pretty good.
He's quite good. You might have heard of him, right?
He's like one of the greatest guitar players ever.
One of my friends might disagree. One of my friends is Eric Clapton, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, next time you get together with us, let me know. I want to come by and hang out with you guys.
All right.
So you have different speakers for different kinds of styles of music too. Like if you want to overdrive the amp, you have a speaker like that, or if you want a clean sound. Because when I told John I want a speaker that's powerful, but I don't want it to break up at all.
And the copperback's perfect for that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. So and it's perfect. And it's loud. I love it. And clean. That's a take. I smelled friend wrong.
Perfect.
I spelled friend wrong. You know?
Fantastic. That's really good. Thank you.
So everybody asked me, how do you do chord melody? For example, there's so many ways to do chord melody. The most important thing to know is how the melody works against the chords. So the song I just played for you was called Love Walked In, and the melody is basically chord tones or arpeggio notes. So all I did was arpeggiate the chord. So that's one technique of chord melody in jazz, arpeggios. things that you don't know. Like one of the things I've been practicing recently is actually the harmonic minor scale. And I'm going to be doing a lesson about this very soon. And, about going, using the harmonic minor scale in jazz particularly. So, I mean, I've been working a lot with the harmonic minor, and trying to use it more in my jazz playing. It's funny, I was doing one of these workshops on Patreon, and actually what happened was on Patreon, I actually had to, one of my students there wanted, to know about, was asking these questions about the harmonic minor. So do you use a lot of harmonic minor harmony? I was like, oh, really? Harmonic minor, harmony in my playing? I was thinking, I do, but I don't use it as much as I'd like to. So what's happening is, so I started working on that kind of stuff. And if you have any comments or questions, please send them to me right now. I'm going to be taking them during the live stream, as I usually do, okay? And let me see if I can see any comments here. You can ask about my new guitar here, which is my new D'Angelico XL1, where I just actually got this from D'Angelico. I'm a D'Angelico ambassador now. And basically that means I promote the guitars. And hey, hello, Jose. How are you? So you know what? Let's get back. Let's get into this now. So I like to use the harmonic minor scale. So look at this. So I'm going to keep A harmonic minor. So you know what? I'm using the A harmonic minor scale, but it's just a scale. But if you want to use it in jazz, you have to really know how to use this scale. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Great to see everybody here. I'm going to be doing this live workshop right now because I'm practicing. So when I practice, basically, I only practice things I cannot do. Like if I forget a melody or I'm working on a scale or all kinds of stuff, I only practice things I don't know. So one thing I don't know is most advanced scale in jazz, but I use a lot of scales. I know the melodic minor modes really well. Pretty good. And of course the major ones, but the harmonic minor modes, I'm going to be doing a video, like a real, lesson about it. But in general, I need to work on the harmonic minor. Hey, Reynold Alexander. So if you guys have any questions, please send them to me. I see a bunch of people showing up right now. And it's funny. What I wanted to say was I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And this magazine right here. And I actually did a whole lesson about harmonic and melodic minor in the March-April issue of this magazine. And it was just mainly chords. I did some exercises and mixed up the harmonic and melodic minors, but only the harmony. So, the harmony is tricky on the harmonic minor. So if you start doing thirds, so I'm working on this as a practice thing. So I practice things I don't know. So if you have any questions about that, please send them to me. So I didn't know that, like the harmonic minor harmony as well as I like to. So you have to know the triads. So the harmonic minor scale is basically 1, 2, 3, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, natural 7. So it's actually A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp. So I can play this all over the neck and in different keys. So I practice that scale like that, but the thing is, the tricky part is actually, hey Hey, Dario. Oh, yeah, Dario. I always see you up here. How you doing? Not much. I'm trying to cook the guitar neck. So, so what I'm trying to do actually is just try to learn make sure I know the chords of the harmonic minor. So if you play just the triads, I just practice these things. So, I try to play them through like this without naming them. And play them down the scale. See that? So that's the harmonic minor in triads. Okay, now, if I'm playing this, we're only in the key of A. Yeah, very good, Grant. Very good. So, yeah, you would go 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 6, 7. Okay? The thing is to know the harmony about this on these chords. So what I've been doing is I've been practicing these things I don't know as well as I should. I can play these over. I use this on my jazz playing a lot, but to get really deep into this, I have to really practice this stuff. So now, thank you, Palmer. What it is like now I try to name the triads. So it's A minor. Now it's B diminished, and then now it's C augmented, D minor. Okay, then I have E triad, F triad, and then F diminished triad. So, that's great. So, I know how to play this. Now, you have to be able to play this when you're actually taking a solo or doing chord melody. And play all over the neck, just like I'm doing. Now, when you're practicing the guitar, you should be able to play up and down the neck and across the neck. Things you cannot do, you should always practice. Don't practice the same stuff you do know. You have to practice things you don't know. So that's why I'm playing real slow, because I need to practice this. So I'm going up the strings now. Watch this. Watch this. I'm trying that this way. And then I'm going to try from here maybe backwards. So let's go backwards. Yeah. What's this? Here's some cool comments here. Watching you made me want to buy a guitar. Oh, I'm so glad about that, everybody. That's great. Your gear has a lovely sound. Thank you very much. I'm playing soft too. Playing that descending diminished SpongeBob progression. Oh, that's what that is? Oh, cool. So I guess it's harmonic minor SpongeBob. Yeah, so I'm practicing these things like this. I'm only in the key of A minor, but I try to practice these things in keys I don't know. See what I'm doing right now? So you have to know if you're going to practice a scale really well, you're going to have to know how to harmonize the scale in thirds. Also, things you cannot do. So when I'm practicing this scale, I'll do things like this. I'll do triads now. So I went up the scale like this. Now what I'm gonna do now. Hope your night has been nice. Yeah, thank you, Tool. So what's happening is now, let me go to a key of D minor instead. So I'll do a different key. So I practice everything in different keys. I'm playing all kinds of keys. I'm playing the D harmonic minor now in the key of D. So what I'll do now, instead of playing up and down the scale, like a lot of guitar players just play up and down the scale, if you're a beginner especially, the most important thing to do is like to do, like, for example, thirds now. I'm doing the harmonic minor because that's practicing something I don't know as well. I know how to play the harmonic minor scale, but the thing I don't know how to do, and this lesson's all about doing things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do when you practice, is playing the scale in a deeper level. So I'm going to go up like the harmonic minor scale now in thirds. See what I'm doing? Now you're supposed to practice slow. Oh yeah, someone's asking a question here. How do you do that transition? Does it have a formula? No. What I'm doing is I memorize the neck pretty good, so I know what the intervals and the shapes are on my fingers. You have to memorize one of the most important things, everybody, when you want to play guitar in general, or any, particularly the guitar, is seeing the pattern on the fingerboard, and then knowing what you're actually playing. So I'm actually, I know all the notation, the names. I don't need tabs to find this. But when I need to show somebody my finger, I use tabs as a guide to find the notes. But the problem with tabs is you have to know what it sounds like to be able to play it. If you don't know what it sounds like, you can't play the rhythm or timing or anything. So that's the problem with tabs. It's important to know how to read first, then add tabs later, like I do in Acoustic Guitar Magazine when I write for them. So, for example, when I'm playing these patterns, what I'm doing is I practice much slower. When you practice something you don't know, you practice slow. I'm playing kind of fast. What I'm doing is I know the neck so well that I need to just basically just make sure I don't miss. What I'm doing is I'm playing up and down across the neck, and I make sure when you practice that you practice up the neck, like play, for example, on the same strings. Watch this. See what I'm going up the scale? You should be able to play up and down the neck like that. I'm practicing warming. Okay, and across. I'll do it across the neck now. So I'm missing the notes. So that's what I'm actually doing when I practice the harmonic minor. So I'm just playing the scale in thirds. So you should be able to do any interval when you're practicing. You should be able to do fourths. It's much harder. Watch this. That's really weird. I'm doing fourths now going down the scale. You should be able to do fifths. Oops, I dropped my pick. I dropped my pick of the guitar. Can you believe it? I'll get it out later. So watch this. I'm going to go up like this. Now you can do fifths. So that gets really weird on the harmonic minor. That's it. Now I'm going to E. Now when I play something like this, everybody, just so you know, I'm trying to use my ear and find the fingering. But then if I have to think about it, I know what the notes are too. I just have to think about it and stop. So it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you'll find all that stuff in drills with G. Oh yeah, you know what? G. Bruce is a great guitar player. Thank you, Grant Harris. Are you related to Grant Green? I'm just kidding. So, yeah. So, what do you mean the harmonic minor scale sounds like the blues mixed in? How would it sound? Would it sound more like a chromatic scale? The harmonic minor scale, everybody, is just basically, it's a regular minor scale, the natural minor. So I'm playing a D nat. Let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. So that has 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. All you do is raise the 7. It's a real exotic sound. Okay? I use it a lot in jazz for certain chords. Particularly altered chords. You'll hear Wes Montgomery. Barry Harris was showing me when I studied with him a lot, where you use it on like a dominant 7, flat 9 chord like this. So let's say I'm playing A7 chord with a flat 9 and flat 13 like this. If I want, when I play over that chord and I'm going to a D minor chord, So it's a 5, 1, D, A7, flat 13, flat 9 to a D minor 7. I'll use harmonic minor here, but a D harmonic minor. Watch this. And resolve it to the D minor, you see? So when I play that A7 like this, I go to that chord just like this, okay? So it has an exotic sound, but it's not bluesy, just so you know, Palmer. It's more like it's more exotic sounding to me. Okay. Yeah, harmonic. Oh yeah, let me see. So Grant says there's some I'm trying to see that that new comment. Harmonic minor maintains a half step between the seventh and the tonic, which is a stronger resolution than a flat 7. Yeah, good, Grant. Yeah, Grant Harris music. Good to know you. I'm Ron Jackson music. So I'm just I'm actually what I'm doing, Grant, and everybody else who's watching. I need coffee at 8 o'clock at night. Okay. Is that I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just showing you things I need to practice myself and incorporate more in my playing, but not particularly that I don't know the harmonic minor, but I need to know more about how to use it more adventurously, at a higher level. That's all. So, for example, another thing I need to do, you should learn when you're doing the harmonic minor, when I'm practicing, because I'm still learning this harmonic minor. So I remember I just did thirds. I'm going to go into key G minor this time. So remember to play your scales all over the neck. In any position, any kind of interval. Everywhere on the fingerboard. So you have to really practice hours and hours to get this together. What's really hard is me playing this and talking to you at the same time. That's the hard part. And concentrate, you know what I mean? And be accurate, because it's hard to actually talk and play like I'm doing and teach you guys at the same time. So I'm practicing things I don't know. So what I'm doing is actually I'm going. So the next thing I would do, I did everything in thirds. I went from the key A minor to D minor, now I'm in G minor. So I practice things in all keys. Oh, you're welcome, Palmer. Thanks for all your lessons. I keep watching your videos as I practice on my new guitar. Good. Just so you guys know, I don't know where this little booklet is. Of course, when I'm doing the live stream, I can't find anything. but oh, here it is. Let me get you something, guys. Let me show you something. So what I'm, if you want to learn more stuff from me, definitely go to my website at Ron Jackson Music. But I have a lot of stuff about chords in this book. You can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and this book is really good for all kinds of chord stuff. I do bass lines and everything. It's a book I wrote with a bunch of different writers for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, for who I write for, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? And it's published by Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard Music. And get your copy on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com /shop, okay? And you can get the book here, and I can send an autographed copy. And it comes with video and everything, video lessons and all kinds of stuff. So it's a great book to learn about all kinds of chord voicings, bass lines. I teach you everything, harmonizing, melodies, all kinds of stuff, reharmonizing, doing jazz, chord melody, and everything. Okay? So anyway, if you want to study with me, let me know during this lesson. I'll show you some other stuff in a minute. So let's get back to the lesson here. So the workshop's all about practicing things you don't know. Okay. Oh, someone's asking, what's the best thing to get better at the blues? The best thing to do in anything, Vide Sharma, is to actually, learn blues solos off of records, just like jazz or anything else. Learn things by ear, learn the solos, learn the blues scale, and make sure you know what the, what key you're in, etc. And you start transcribing. Those are great ways of getting anything together. And also get a good teacher to help you in the beginning. When I was a kid, I didn't have any help. So when I got to Berkeley, there was a lot of things I had missing in my playing. There's some other things. this may be a stupid question. What's the difference between a hollow body and solid body guitars? Hollow body guitars, you can't play them acoustically. I mean, solid bodies you can because they're made out of solid wood. So if you play with no amp, there's no sound. And they're made out of solid block of wood. Hollow bodies like this is completely hollow in between. You see that? I can put my finger in here. It's like an acoustic guitar. And and this one's called an arch top. The back is arched and everything. This is a D'Angelico XL1 that I got from D'Angelico. And I can play this with no amp. You still can hear it. Watch. You can hear that pretty good. So it sounds acoustic. You see that? So that's the difference. With a solid body, I have a solid body over there, but I'm not going to take it out right now because it's too much work. So that's the difference. Have you ever heard of Christian Van Hammer? He's a very controversial jazz guitar method, which you don't play at your scales or modes or anything like that. No, I don't know him, but that's cool too. I used to hang out with. So Pablo Cordano said, "Have you heard of Christian Van Helmer?" No, I've never heard of him, but you know what? I'll tell you something. Another person that's like that, Pablo, is James Blood Ulmer, and he played with Ornette Coleman, and I used to hang out with him. His whole thing was not that either. So I'm kind of used to hearing that. How are you playing Coltrane changes? I'm okay at that, So I mean, I play Coltrane changes. I could do all those. Yeah, so I play Coltrane changes. Of course, I need to practice them more, like everybody else. So I mean, I'm practicing things like that, like the. So I'm doing a bunch of Coltrane changes right now. So I use Coltrane reharmonizations in my soloing sometimes. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing an F, I'll go through the cycles of the Coltrane changes. I'll go like this. And I'll use that in my solo. I'll go. So I'm using Coltrane changes right there. Okay, so I practice them somewhat. What's this? So that was beans. Okay, good. Coach just learns phrases from good solos and moves them around the fretboard to apply the different chordal changes. That's what basically, Pablo, that's what basically great players do. They basically take the phrase and move them up and down the fingerboard. What I do is I move them up and down and across the fingerboard. So just so you know, I studied with Pat Martino, and he had me doing these exercises like this. So you should be able to take a phrase. Let's take harmonic minor, for example. So if I go like this. So that phrase, this is G minor. I'm just going to 7. I'm going 7, 1, 2, flat 3. Now, your goal, one of the things you have to learn as a guitar player to master the guitar is to be able to take that phrase and play it so many ways. That's what Pat Martino had me do. See what I'm doing? Watch me. See what I just did, everybody? I basically played the same phrase. How many times did I do that? I mean, I could do it so many different. I could do it on the same string. only get up to there now in that register. Then if I put it up an octave, you have to be able to do that too. So let me do it. See what I just did? So you have to be able to do that with any phrase, though. So, like, you have to be able to find every possible fingering in the same register to really master the guitar neck. That's one thing to do. Hold on. Let me see some of these questions. Yeah, Pablo. The timbre changes, but it's not only the timbre that changes when you do these different phrases. It's also, you really master the fingerboard when you practice this way. So if I'm practicing any kind of phrase like this, let's say, let me see. So let's just take a more complicated phrase. There's more ways, I'm sure, to do that phrase. So when I was studying with Pat Martino, he would make me he would just take a phrase like this. He would do that phrase, for example. That's a very common Pat Martino phrase. So you would practice every possible fingering. Now, you could do it actually on the guitar. You could do it on the same string. That's how hard the guitar is. You could go. Now, I did open strings that time. I could do it on the same string. Simple cross string. What I did, I'm trying to reach all the. That's really hard to reach up there, but I'm reaching up there. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same phrase, playing it every possible way. You can play it on the same string, across the strings, skip this. You don't skip the strings when you're playing the same phrase. So that's how you really master the fingerboard. Let me see. There's some questions here. Ron, I'm a kind of a beginner to jazz, but I really want to learn more, mainly chords, probably rhythm stuff. Maybe you would. You can play some rhythm guitar on Cantaloupe Island. I can play that a little bit. Oh, Mark, you're an inspiration to me. Thank you. So, rhythm guitar. So if you're doing Cantaloupe Island, I'll do that real quick for you guys. So that, if you want to learn like rhythm parts, listen to the original recordings of rhythm guitar. I've learned a lot of funk rhythm guitars, for example. So like Cantaloupe Island is like this. I think that's what Herbie does. But it's always good to go back and listen to the original recordings, everybody, and listen to what people are actually playing and then learn it. I think Herbie was doing this. That's the basic rhythm. So that he's playing on the record, you can also go like this. There's all kinds of rhythms you can do. You got to make sure the rhythm matches the bass line. Now, I don't quite remember if that bass line was actually that bass line, but that's the basic copy rhythm he was actually doing in that song. Then you have to change that phrase to go to D flat. So that's the basic rhythm they were using, actually, everybody. So that's Cantaloupe Island by Herbie Hancock. Someone was asking about that. So this is an arch top right here. Actually, just Ruben, just making sure. Do you learn this by learning all the notes on the strings, all the frets by learning shapes, regardless of knowing which note you're playing or not? Oh, Pablo, really great question. Okay, so Pablo's asking, what I'm doing is I know the notes of the guitar neck already. So when I'm doing these shapes, I'm learning the patterns and not necessarily the fingerings. Remember, everybody, this is something no one ever tells you. Whenever you're learning a song or anything, even chords, they lock you into these fingerings. Let's say play a C chord like this. This is a really important thing to learn about. Now remember, this C chord, you don't have to play with these 3 fingers. You can play with these 3 fingers. But they make you learn it like this. So it's not only the chord, it's the shape. Okay. Oh, someone's asked me if I ever studied with Howland Holdsworth. I wish I could have. When he came to Berkeley years ago and gave lessons, and I was stupid enough not to take a lesson with him. There's a lot of people I should study with. But anyway, it's a long story. But I studied with a lot of people, but I would have loved to study with Howland Holdsworth. Okay. So here's the thing. When you're playing, it's not only the notes. You have to know the notes, but you have to know the shapes and patterns. Because I could do everything with just one finger. A good example is Django Reinhardt. So let's say I'm playing. Remember this phrase I was doing earlier? Let me see. All the ways I can play that. I'll go like this. Now watch me. I'm doing it one finger. You have to know your fingerboard from the patterns. Your fingers don't matter eventually, because you're going to try to find it when you're actually playing. So I can use my 4th finger. See, I can jump around. It's kind of hard with your 4th finger, but anyway. You get the point? So your fingers don't matter. It's the patterns. You have to know how to find the notes. And I know the names of the notes, of course. I mean, to know the names of the fingerboard, notes on the fingerboard is tricky. B flat, B flat, E flat, A flat. Or it could be A flat or G sharp. There's all kinds of things. You have to learn your fingerboard, and you have to learn the basics of the guitar. So when I'm actually playing, and I'm going up the neck, when I get past the 12th fret, I know the notes double. Okay, but also I know I can read pretty good the notation above the 12th fret. It gets kind of weird when you get past the 3rd ledger line above the staff, but you should know where the notes are on the guitar. If I'm up here, I know that's a B flat, I know it's a C, that's a D. So you see that? You should be able to find the note. See what I'm doing? You should know the neck that. Oh, that's tricky. You should be able to jump around the neck without getting lost like that, everybody. I mean, so your fingering is less important, and knowing the notes is not that important, because when you're actually playing, there's no time to even think when you're actually executing. You just have to play. And a great example like that is George Benson, or I don't even think Django Reinhardt knew how to read. They knew how to play, and the most important thing is not knowing how to read; it's knowing how to play. At the end, if you're jamming with anybody, you have to know how to play. And it's really important to know where your notes are. And the fingerings don't matter at the end. It's your timing, your feel, finding the notes. Let me see. Oh, wow, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, I would love to say any software to score guitar parts over every song. You know what? I use Sibelius. So Sibelius actually does, there's a guitar program I heard. I forget the name. If someone knows it, just send me a comment. There's a guitar program that scores. But I've been using Sibelius because I don't only score for guitar. I score for all instruments. Saxophone, guitars, pianos, basses, everything, drums. I use Sibelius, and there's good tabs there and everything. So but it's an expensive program. So all my lessons like this, I have a lesson like this that I put up on my website. If you go to my website, I have all kinds of lessons about all the stuff I'm talking about. I use this and I use tabs. Yeah, Guitar Tab Pro, that's the one. I don't use it, but I heard it's a good program. I don't just do guitar. So I do 6-string and my 7-string guitar stuff here, that I use because I play 7-string too. I'm actually known as a 7-string guitar player now. So if you want to get into 7-string, we can talk about that in a minute. So, what's the difference between A flat and G sharp? It's the same note, but I heard years ago it was slightly different because of tempered tuning. Equal temper tuning had changed and they just named the notes the same. So that's what I heard. So it's the same note. It's called enharmonic spelling, okay, in music theory. So let me keep going here. Also, so if you're in the key of A flat, and A flat, it's an A flat. If you're in the key of G sharp is G sharp. It's the same note, okay? Let me see. Do you think sight reading is essential for guitar players? Yes. Okay, sight reading, everybody. This is the thing guitar players are terrible at. You know what? I don't want to joke about it, but it's really true. When you put what's the joke that I put on my I put it on my TikTok and my Instagram reels. How do you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some John Coltrane music in front of them. No, it's true. The only way you learn how to read is by practicing your reading, everybody. And I use this book over here. Let me show you the book. This is how I learned how to read, everybody. This book, A Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. It's a really great book to learn how to read out of. Starts you from the very top. You could be just like a beginner guitar player. Well, or you could be a beginner guitar player or advanced. You'll learn how to read out of this book. It's position playing. It's called a modern method because the modern method is not the classical method, okay? And that way, the classical method has a very, very, I don't want to say rigid way of learning how to read. This book really teaches you the whole neck, okay? So, I mean, remember, reading has nothing to do with playing, everybody, just so you know. Reading is just a skill. You have to know how to play. And, and people, I know some great readers on Broadway shows. I've done a lot of Broadway shows. And these guys can read all the stuff in the world, but then you put them to play jazz or something, they'll be like, huh? Songs? I've had Broadway musicians come to like my gigs, my jazz gigs in New York, and they say, wow, you're a real musician, man. You can read and you can improvise. No, you can play, songs, and you can improvise. So reading is important, but it doesn't teach you how to play jazz or improvise or other things, other skills about guitar playing. So, but reading is great because you learn the notes on the guitar neck, which is very important. So let me keep answering some questions here. So how do you visualize the chords under your single note playing? Oh, that's a great question. Oh, you know what? Yeah. How do you practice sight reading? So sight reading, Pablo, just so you know, just start reading music. That's what you have to do. You got to practice reading music all the time to get into it. Okay. There's no no cutting corners. Just put some music in front of you. Start reading. It's gonna take time. You gotta study a little bit. You gotta get a teacher to help you maybe. I'm a good teacher, so if you need anybody, I'll help you read. And you know what? I'll tell you something. I wasn't a good reader when I was 18 years old. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. But I started practicing, and the only way you can get into good reading is to practice every day. You're reading, and just do it a little bit. And after a while, it really helped me when I started really doing Broadway shows. All the reading you have to do, it's like really hard. And it was really funny. I got to tell the story later, but let me keep going now. So, do you know how to do rhythm technique for a song, the Culture? I don't know that one. We'll have to skip that one. So, how do you visualize chords under single note playing? So, I want to tell you, everybody, I have this lesson on my website. Go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I have printable lessons there. Okay, I'm going to show you the website in a minute. But what you have to do is if you want to really learn how to read notes and everything else, everybody, you have to actually, to be able to play chords under scales, you have to be able to go like this. C major. I'm playing E major 7 sharp 5. Play the chord. You have to be able to play the chord and then know the scale right on top of it. That's how you practice your chords. So when I'm actually improvising, I'll go. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just trying to show you real quick. So when I'm playing a C major, like that was a 1-6-2-5 in the key of C major. Let's make it B flat. I'll make it A flat. So let's say I'm on key of A flat. I'll go A flat major 7, F minor 7, B flat minor 7, E flat 7 or dominant 9. So I'll just be able to play the scale. Dorian, A flat, F minor, natural minor, then B flat minor, B flat Dorian, then E flat dominant. So that's how you actually learn how to play your chord scales. You got to be able to play them everywhere too. See what I did? I did all possible fingering, and, for that scale particularly. Just like I showed you earlier, everybody, you have to be able to play these scales. So when you start learning how to match your chord scale to the chord, that's how you start really learning how to play over jazz changes. So right now I'm just practicing for you guys. That's how I would do it, okay? So this is all about practicing things you don't know, but I know how to do that. So, I mean, there's things I don't know, so I try to practice those things I don't know. So I have these kind of lessons on my website. If you go to my website right here, ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me show you. Oh, I have it here. Oh, I don't have it right here. It's okay. If you want to go to my Patreon and join, though, I have those lessons there too. So my Patreon is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 or less and become a patron at the same time. Help support me and my channel and everything I'm doing as a musician. Okay. And also on another announcement, I don't have it tonight. I'm playing a gig in New Jersey Friday. My first live performance as a leader in about a year, more than a year. It's going to be at, what was that place called? Oh my God. What's it called? Oh yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in what town? In Ramsey, New Jersey. Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey. I'm playing my own first gig this Friday if you're in New Jersey. And it's going to be a great gig with one of the best drummers in New York City and bassists, and me on 7-string guitar. So come by this Friday. So I'm just going to make that announcement. But you're going to see me announce this on YouTube tomorrow. Okay, you're going to come out and watch it. Okay, so let me keep going here. So here's some other questions. Hey, from Indonesia. Oh yeah, thank you. Someone from Indonesia, thank you for liking my method. Melody lines in pop music are typically harmonized in thirds. Are there any other rules you think that are sounding good for harmonic lines? So I use thirds a lot. Watch this. So let's say I play a scale. Let's go to key of G flat. I can go fourths. I like to use sixths. Do you get that sixth chord? That's a very common sixth thing. I'm from Jersey. I would like to see you play if I can. I'm playing at Brothers Smokehouse on Friday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Can someone put it in the comments for me? And I'm playing there this Friday. It's in Ramsey, New Jersey. This Friday, May 14th, with my jazz trio. Okay, I just got the gig this weekend. I'm actually doing a big emailing tomorrow, and I'll be posting it on YouTube. Actually, I'll put a little post on it so you can see me. Get like an ad for my gig on Friday. But come on out, everybody. I know people have been dying to go see music, so come out and come die and see me play. No, I'm just kidding. Come by and see me play with my trio this Friday. So let me keep going here. How do you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? Oh, that's a big question. So let me keep going down the list. Oh, hold on here. I skipped a couple of things. So I did harmonic lines for everybody. William Levin has got me so many gigs over the years. Great recommendation. Oh, William Levin got Grant Harris a lot of gigs. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You knew William Levin? How old are you, man? He died a while ago. Now, you tell me about that later. Please drop the download the link to download the book so I can start learning to read. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go to my Amazon store. Let me show you this. This is my Amazon store. You can get the book on my Amazon store. Okay, someone could write that in, like my friend over here. You can go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and there you can get the book on my Amazon store. Just look for books, okay? Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music and pick up that book, okay? And that's how you can start learning how to read. It's a great book, okay? And you can pick up guitars like this D'Angelico. I have a D'Angelico store on my Amazon store, okay? So you can go there. You can get guitar straps like Moody straps, all kinds of Seymour Duncan pickups, everything that I endorse. Okay, let me keep going. What do you think of George Harrison's guitars? I think he was great. George Harrison was great, Dave. Sebastian, how can you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? So Dorian, let me just tell you. Dorian is basically, now Dorian has a 1, 2. So if you're playing D Dorian, it's E, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, okay, to D. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. Now here's the difference. So harmonic minor, or melodic minor is, okay, what you do is you just raise a 7. There's one note difference between the melodic minor and the Dorian mode. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Natural 7 and natural 6. So I use the scales a lot. So you have to be able to play these everywhere on the neck. See, I'm just messing around. I'm just practicing for you guys. I haven't practiced all day. So you have to be able to play those. And let me keep going. So Christian, I'm going to be putting an ad up for the gig on Friday. So come on by. Bro, you're better than Eddie Van Halen. No, I'm not. I love Eddie Van Halen is one of my heroes, guys. Just so you know, when I was a kid, no one knows this. I was a rocker. So I saw Eddie Van Halen. I saw Van Halen 7 times when I was a kid. 7. He was one of my heroes. When he first came out, man, I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. You know, it's really sad that he actually passed away. He was a really amazing guitar. When he came out, there was no one that sounded like him. He just broke barriers. And he didn't know how to read, and he was self-taught. So that's a great example of not knowing how to read and you have to have good ears. You have to have all the skills, everybody. You have to have good ears. You have to be able to read. You have to know, how to play with people. There's a lot involved now with playing music. So let me keep going. Let me answer a few more questions. You guys have a lot of questions. So today was about practicing. So always practice things you can't do. So remember that. So we were working on a harmonic minor today, and I was working on that. So let me see. How do you improve your relative pitch? One way is just transcribing. You can so for example, let me see something. I like to use this tuner. So for example, I'm used to hearing like so that's the E note. I know that because I play guitar all the time. Oops, I dropped my tuner. So so I go like that. D, A, E. So so one good way is learning solfege, everybody. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Now, being in tune is a whole different story when you're singing. But you have to be able to hear these pitches in your head. Now, when you're singing something, that's another skill. To sing in tune, you have to practice your singing. But to be able to hear pitches, that's a whole different story. You can be able to hear pitches and not be a good singer. You have to be able to find the notes on the guitar. And the best way is actually to learn, transcribe, take off solos from records. That's how I started playing. I didn't know how to read anything, but I was good at learning solos and stealing stuff off records. So I would learn whole solo, I would learn Jimmy Page solos, Jimi Hendrix. I was a rocker. So, and then you move up to jazz, you go to blues through jazz, you know, and all the modern jazz stuff. And it's just a lot of practice. You have to basically spend hours and hours, guys. Remember, the guitar is not like on YouTube when you watch on YouTube and you listen to me on YouTube all the time and you look at videos. You know, the thing is, all the work I put in is because I practice a lot and did it myself. Looking at YouTube videos only takes you so far. I just want to let you know that. And on some of my students, like, they'll study with me for a while, then they go on YouTube and start trying to practice, and then they come back to me and say, Ron, I'm looking at all these YouTube videos, but I'm still not learning anything because I need your help because I don't even know what I'm doing. And you have to actually go, you know, practice yourself and get a teacher to really help you. It's really important. I didn't have that help. And, you know, in my case, I know how to judge myself. I've been teaching long enough. I can listen to myself. I record myself. I do all kinds of stuff to help myself improve. And I've had a lot of students have gone through my, you know, study with me and become professional musicians. So it's a lot involved. You got to do a lot of practicing. There's a lot of practice, guys. I used to practice 5-8 hours a day. So just so you know. So let me keep going here. Yes, lots of love. What do you mean by playing scale of thirds or fourths? So Jari was asking me how do you play scales of thirds or fourths. So basically, when you go up the scale, one note at a time, that's called a second. 1, 2, etc. Going up the scale. But when you go from, like, let's say if you're going from G to, so if I'm going from G to A, then A to B, they call it a second because it's one note to the second note. Now, if you go to thirds, you're going to go 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to go from G, A to B. I'm going to skip the A and go a third away, which is 1, 2, 3. So that's G, B. And then I go up the scale like that. So those are thirds, okay? I'm skipping every 3 notes. Now, fourths are skipping every 4 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 4. So I'm going to that note now. So these are fourths. And then fifths. Sixths. Sevenths. This gets harder. Sorry. Those are 7. We could do it this way. So you have different ways of playing notes like that. 7, 6. So you can practice your notes like that. You can practice your chords like that. You can go like this. Watch. It gets weird. Those are 7. 6. You hear that a lot in guitar playing now. So that's Brown Eyed Girl. Okay, so that's like that's a very common, easy thing to play on guitar. It gets weird when you get to 7ths. You could do like octave and second. So that's an octave and a second away. An octave. Okay, etc. So that's what I like to do. I like to mix them up like that. That's how you do little harmonies and stuff. So let me keep answering these questions. Dang, I was playing today and I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's too bad. Okay. What are some tips for connecting scales together when improvising? Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great question, Rocky. So when I'm playing through a song, you know, you got to be able to change your scale as soon as you get to the next chord, okay? Let me see if I can show you something. Like if I'm playing like, the only way I can really show you is if I play you something. You might not be able to hear it that well, but if I play through some chord changes like of a song, I'm going to try to play this through my computer. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to play this through my computer. The problem is it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do this. I can't do this really through my computer. So if, let's say I'm playing through a song like, let's say I'm playing from F major 7 to an E flat 7. So what I'm doing is, so that's four beats each. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have a loop pedal, but anyway. So if I'm playing through that, if I'm going to play that, I'm going to play an F major scale through that. When I get to the E flat, it'll be here. E flat dominant scale. So if I'm playing a solo, I'm going to have to, I'm not going to jump to the root. I'm going to go like this. What I did was I just switched the scale without actually, you know, changing my position to go to the root. So I'm actually doing something else different. I need my other phone. And so what I did was you have to be able to play through the chord without switching the scale. That's called the continuous scale exercise. I actually have that as an exercise. I'm going to be putting it on my website for sale as a lesson. It's called the continuous scale exercise. Basically, when you play through a song, you should be able to change the scale without having to jump to the next note. Just go continuously through the scale. Like if I'm playing the Days of Wine and Roses, it'll be like this. Oh, I need a charger. I need a charger for my computer. Can you get that for me? It's about to run out. Close. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's what happens. I'm going to do that. Let me go back to the questions. So that's what you have to do. I'm going to go back here and look at what I'm talking about with you guys. Oh, what's your favorite Eddie Van Halen song solo? Someone's asking. That's a great question. So everybody, one of my favorite is I forgot it actually. Unchained, whatever you call that. Let me plug this in. Yeah, great. Is it? Oh yeah, great. My computer was about to die. So with all the comments, but there's so many songs. I don't have any distortion on this archtop guitar, guys. So anyway, even a harmonic minor or even a harmonic minor or melodic minor, Matthew's saying, that's actually a great way to practice. If you can afford it, get a loop pedal. Yeah, you know what? I have a loop pedal, everybody, actually. I have like tons of pedals in here, but I don't use them like I do. I try not to use loop pedals. I try to play everything myself if I can. Okay? So, you know, I mean, to demo something, I should get a loop pedal just to play some changes and then play them back. So I'm going to work on that. I need to get all this stuff out, actually. Light Up the Sky by Space Ted. So Toast All was watching you. I got my first bass today. Great, Mahan Lee. What electric guitar and amp would you recommend for a beginner who's been playing a cheap Fender acoustic for a year? You know what? Go to my Amazon store, Carlston, and you can get. I have some beginner guitars and amps in that store. Go to Ron Jackson Music, www.amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And I have a bunch of recommendations there for my beginner students or people who want to get into jazz guitar or better guitars than they're with, okay? And you can get some decent guitars there already, okay? So I would try that. Go to my store because there's a ton of them. I have them listed right there, okay? Some are not in stock. If they're not in stock, I'm going to have to restock the store. But I have my own Amazon store, so check it out. Let me see if I can play this. I'm going to have to go out of this if I do this, though. Oh, yeah. I'm going to mute some. Where's that? Right here. No. This one. That's the mute. Oh, here. Oh, okay. So show me. You go ahead. So everybody, I'm going to actually play you an example of the. I have I'm going to actually play now. You need the cord. Where is it? It's not plugged in. This is not though. So let me show you, everybody. I'm going to play you like an example of the. I'm going to do a little practicing right now for you guys. Let me show you. I'm going to show you that continuous scale exercise. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to put a song on. Is it on? It's not on, is it? It's not on. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you this continuous scale exercise with this song. Let me see if it's working. It's not on yet. Okay, so I'm going to show you this right now, everybody. Okay, let me see. Okay. It should be on. Let me see. Let me see. So here, I'm going to play you a song right now where I use the continued scale exercise, The Days of Wine and Roses. So listen to this. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit so you can listen. Here's a good exercise. Watch this. See what I just did? So, I mean, it was kind of weird, but I'm not used to playing like that. But what I just tried to do, I was trying to play the scale all the way through the song. So, you know, so what happens is, let's start from the top. So when I get to the F major 7, I was playing this song called Days of Wine and Roses. I went from F major 7, to E flat 7 sharp 11, and then A minor 7, to D7 flat 9, then G minor, then E flat 7, then A minor, D minor, G minor, to G minor over F, and then E minor 7, A7, E minor 7 flat 5, G7. So if I'm playing through the scale through that, you have to be able to play over each chord without stopping the scale. So watch me from the top again. Watch this. Here we go. One more time. What I did was, so I started doing my jazz stuff there. So what I'm doing is actually, it's hard to play those scales all the way through and make them sound like musical. So what happens is I start resorting to my jazz guitar lines, which I'm much better at than just trying to play a scale all the way through. So let me see something here. Someone's making some comments. Let me go back to the comment stream here. But you get the idea, everybody. I'm just trying to, if you're learning how to improvise jazz, you got to learn how to be able to play the scale over the neck and not get lost and get through the changes. You know, it's kind of hard to do like that, but it's a good way of starting off. What's a good time to use melodic minor, and how would you practice that? So, for example, there's a whole lesson on my YouTube channel here. I just put up a couple of lessons, everybody. Jared Elks asked that question. So, Jared, I have a couple of melodic minor guitar lessons here already posted. So please go on my YouTube and search for melodic minor. I did a whole short lesson and a long lesson. So you usually use the melodic minor in jazz over an altered scale. For example, if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a D7 sharp 9 flat 13. So in that scale, I use a D altered scale, which is actually E flat melodic minor. So that's what it sounds like. See? So that's an altered scale. So you have to pay. Also on let's say on G7, 7 sharp 11, you get the leading and dominant scale, which is actually a D melodic minor. Also on the minor 7 flat 5, let's do an F minor 7. F minor 7 flat 5 with a natural 9. So you use a low Korean natural 9, which is actually A flat melodic minor in this case. So it's an A flat melodic minor. So those are the most important cases, okay, for the melodic minor to use in jazz. Thank you. The bebop scale, oh man, that's a whole different lesson. I got tons I know all the bebop scales too. So just so you know, there's a bunch of bebop scales. There's the major bebop. Let's do it in the key of A flat. Okay, and then you have the Dorian bebop, which comes from the dominant bebop. And then let's go to the key of G minor. Then there's the melodic minor bebop, which is a melodic minor, and you have the passing tones. So there's different passing tones for each chord. The major bebop has a passing tone between the 6th and the 5th. And the melodic minor is like the major scale, like the major bebop scale, but with a flatted 3. So if I'm doing G minor, G major scale for example, then put the passing tone between the 5 and 6, then make it minor. So that's called the Dorian, that's called the melodic minor bebop. So that's a whole lesson. I have a lesson about that too on my YouTube channel. So everybody, there's a lot of questions, but I went through a lot of material tonight, and I'm getting tired and I have to eat dinner. So please, everybody, please follow me. Maybe you're doing this, but let me understand. You're playing a scale in thirds, for example, and fourths. Okay. Oh, let me see. Maybe you're doing this. Let me see, Dario. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and I have to go eat dinner now. But of course, everybody, just in case, if you're enjoying this, please subscribe to me. And if you like my lessons and stuff, please go to my Patreon and join my Patreon. I have a lot of these lessons already on there. And you can start for $3 a month and become a patron, okay? And up to becoming like me, becoming a mentor to you. There's levels up to that high. And as little as $3 a month for one lesson, okay? And etc. on up. And also, if you're enjoying this and you learned a lot today, I'm also taking donations. You can just go to my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App are exactly the same. So just write this down if you'd like to. It's Ron Jackson Music. It's my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. If you'd like to donate, $1 or more, that would be great. Someone's trying to help my friend Dario here. If you read, go back to the video, Dario, you'll understand it better. So if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. You don't have to, but if you would like to, that'd be great. I'd be grateful, to these things. And I have a gig coming up this Friday here in New Jersey, here in New York City area. If you want to come by, I'm going to be playing at, what's it called again? Yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey this Friday. Brothers Smokehouse at 8 p.m. this Friday with my jazz trio with the best drummer in New York and the best bass player. And it starts at 8 p.m. and we do 2 sets, 8 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. It's free entry. You have to get a drink or eat or do both. Okay, and listen to some great music. Please come on by. I'm gonna be posting something later on about it. Yeah, the link is in the comments, everybody. So check out the comments. The link is in the comments for my performance this Friday. I appreciate everybody. I was here just to practice and try to get my stuff better, and not take questions. But you guys had so much, And remember, all these videos I do for you guys is great, but the best thing to do is really study with a teacher. So I also teach, and you can contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else was I going to say to you? I have some other announcements. If you like all the stuff I'm playing, go to my Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music and Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. You can pick up any of the gear I'm using there. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner, but I'm going to try to eat something. There's rabbit running around over here. What was I going to say? Just in case some people, are wondering what amp I use, I've been using the Henriksen amp. And you can use my discount code to get a Henriksen amp, which are those smallest amps you can buy on the market. Okay, and you can use code Ron Jackson and save 5% on the amp. You can share this code everywhere. Share it to all your friends, everybody. Go to Henriksen Amplifiers, HenriksenAmps.com, and and you can save 5% on anything on the website. Use my code Ron Jackson, okay? That's HenriksenAmps.com and then use code Ron Jackson. Save 5% on any amp. Also, one more announcement. If you want to learn about all the chord stuff, and Dario's wondering about that, I have a book out. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And right now, I was having a sale last week. I might start it up again. But you can get this book and also all my printable lessons. A lot of things I talked about today on my website. You can buy a lesson as little as $1.49, actually. You could just go there and download these printables. And thank you. I got this guitar from D'Angelico. I'm one of their artist ambassadors. So whenever I play 6-string, I use this guitar. When I play 7-string, I use my Eastman. Today I was playing 6-string because most people can't play 7-string. But I'll be playing my 7-string guitar on Friday at my performance. So you guys should have to come by. I'll probably do another live stream before that. But if you want to get my book, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I sell lessons there, printable lessons, downloadable lessons, actually. And you can print them out. And this book called Chords at Your Fingertips, that's released through Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for, I'm a writer, and Hal Leonard Music. So you'll really enjoy this book. There's a lot of cool stuff, like you learn how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff that I teach. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I see you found out about my YouTube short videos. Big fan. Thank you, buddy. Ha ha. Someone said ha ha. Sebastian says ha ha. Thanks. Yeah, so Dario, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, man. So thirds and fourths are just basically skipping notes, just so you know. That's why you gotta get a teacher to help you, because doing it online only takes you so far. Remember that. You gotta have a really good teacher to show you, because that's how I learned. I went to Berklee College of Music, and I learned all this stuff when I was 18 years old. So I kind of understand it now. I learned all this stuff years ago. And after, I'm trying to be gifted. Thank you. What was this? Oh, man, that's a really nice comment. I love your taste in guitars. Thank you. Ron does it specifically gifted musicians to be able to play proficiently at jazz. Or can an old SRV clone convert? You know what? Anybody can learn any age. So you can learn how jazz at any age, everybody. You just got to, all of this is really, there's no ifs, ands, and buts around. You got to practice. Unless you're a genius, you need to practice. And it's that simple. And if you need help, get a teacher. If you're a genius like Wes Montgomery, who was completely self-taught, then, you could do it. But the most important thing is getting a good teacher and practicing and listening to your teacher. Some of my students, they'll study with me and they don't listen. So, if you don't listen to your teacher and the teacher is good, then getting a guitar teacher, I teach, just so you know. So you contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to, let me make a comment somehow. Let me make a comment. Can I make a comment? I don't know if I can, but go to my email is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. So just follow me everywhere. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe here. And, you can take lessons with me. You can contact me everywhere. Go to my website. You can actually send me an email there. It's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. If you want to study with me and you're serious, I welcome you to be a student. So, please contact me. You're welcome. Let me see. Can you explain this one? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, so anyway, everybody, I'm going to get going. I'll just look at the questions. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? Thanks for watching. I'll have some new videos coming up, actually, probably tomorrow too. Great. Okay, thank you. Got it, metal fan. Okay, we'll talk, everybody. Keep in touch. Go to my email, Ron Jackson Music. Thank you for you're welcome, Brazil. Marcelo, you're welcome. And thank you for watching, everybody. It was a really great show. It's hard to talk and play the guitar and try to explain things and answer questions, but I'm trying to do more of these lives to help all my students out, help all my subscribers out. And if you want to study with me, or or anything, or come to one of my gigs, that would be great. Come by my gig Thursday, Jared. Brothers Smokehouse, Ramsey, New Jersey, Friday, 8 p.m. No cover. It's but you have to get a drink or eat or something. It should be fun. I'm a good guitar teacher, so someone keeps asking that question. So contact me. Hey, Jared. Oh, it's UK here, 2 p.m. Oh, really? Okay. So we'll talk, guys. Okay, we'll talk. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Camera and stuff, this takes a little maneuvering. I know it's the middle of the day for some people, and I'm gonna actually try to do best I can to make myself look decent in this thing with this phone. So let me see, and I'm gonna go to my other computer and make sure. Oh yeah, I'm live right now here, so I just want to make sure that people, that I can see all the comments that are coming in and get going here. So, I'm actually transmitting to YouTube as well, everybody. So we're going to be talking about playing melodies correctly today. And so please ask questions about that. Because people always asking me other questions all the time. Show me how to play a chord or whatever, So I'm like, why don't you just, let's try to stick to the subject today if we can about playing melodies. I'm trying to get all my little banners up here and stuff. So I'm just setting up. I'm going to be going live on Instagram too at Ron Jackson Music. And thank you everybody for, following me and being a subscriber here on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. It's just been my YouTube's just suddenly started taking off in the last few actually since December, when I really started posting more on YouTube, and it's actually been working out pretty good. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been really fun being on here, and I try to do lives every few days just to teach people some new stuff. So let me see. Oh, we're trying to fix the background here. So let me do that. At the same time, I'm gonna actually get my guitar and set up.
This is too wide.
So let me see. Let me see. Let me see. So let me go to I'm gonna go to my YouTube, my Instagram channel in a minute, everybody, and get this here. How do you construct a melody over a chord progression? Well, I'm not, you know what, I'm talking about just being able to play melodies that people know, like jazz standards. So we'll get into that in a minute. Let me set up my Instagram channel too right now. And so I'm going to do that real quick, because I wanted to go on YouTube first to make sure that the camera looks good. Then I'm going to set up my Instagram right now, because I'm going live on there too. So hold on, let me do that really quick, everybody. And everything's a little complicated here when you're running two things at once. So let me do that. How's everybody doing otherwise? That's good. Send me your thoughts and everything, and I'll answer the questions as best I can. So let me go on Instagram right now and go live there too. So I promised to go live there. So let me do that right now. I'm going live. So let me turn that on first. And then, it's a little different on Instagram because of the format. So I have to change the camera a little bit. I'm going live right now on Instagram. Let me move the camera back a little bit. I'm now live on Instagram. So let me put something on Instagram real quick. And hold on. Okay. And then let me do something here. So hey everybody, Instagram. I'm also doing a chord melody workshop here. Sorry everybody, I'm gonna play in a second and I'll answer questions. Okay, and just to let you know on Instagram, so you know, I just started. There's a new thing on Instagram that I'm doing with Instagram itself. And if you're enjoying the show, I have this thing. This is backwards for you guys. Sorry guys. This is I accept badges if you like my show. So just take a look at this. If you want to buy a badge and you're enjoying what you're learning, you could just buy 1 or 2 or 3 badges for 99 cents to $1.99 and $4.99. Okay, to help support my channel. And thank you everybody for my 25,000 followers on Instagram. So let me get my guitar out and get started here and stop talking. So I was setting up. I'm sorry guys on YouTube. So the background's a little weird on Instagram, but it's okay. Let me see. Let me just put it down a little bit. So, one of the most important things to me is playing the melody correctly. And I'm like a real stickler and, to playing a melody. Okay. And so, especially with me playing the melody is the hardest thing to play, actually, I think, in a tune. So when I'm playing, it's really important, for me to play the melody. And does anybody know why? Because, the melody is the most important part of the song that people listen to. Okay, and if you mess up the melody, the person that doesn't know anything about music at all, they'll be singing like Brown Eyed Girl or something. And if you're playing the melody and you messed it up, the worst musician, someone who's not a musician, I'm not even saying worst musician, the person who's not even a musician at all will know you messed that up. You can be the best musician in the world. And if you mess up that melody, they're going to know it. So I'm telling you guys, the melody is the most important thing in a song, actually. So when I'm playing, if I mess up the melody, I'm the most conscious about this thing. So it's a funny thing. Like everybody's worried about playing all these solos and fancy things on the guitar or any instrument, fancy improvisations. But you'd be surprised, guys who could play all that stuff and can't play the melody correctly. So that's really important, and that's really important to me because when I mess up a melody, I'm like, it really messes me up. Like, cause I've been, I've been working on melodies for years, and sometimes you still can't play those melodies right. And you can play all the changes and everything, but it's really important. Yeah, someone's asking questions right now. Carrie, someone on YouTube is asking about sweep picking. Go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine, January, February issue, Carrie. And there's an article, I did a whole article about sweep picking, okay? So go to the January, February issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I might even have the issue here. Do I have it? Yeah, it's this issue. In this issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine, Carrie, my sweep picking, that's my sweep picking article. Okay, there's George Benson on the cover. So I use sweep picking all the time. So go there and look at that article and read about it on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. You can actually go to their website and check it out, actually. Okay. So we're talking about melodies today and playing correct melodies. My student Yumir is up here, and he talked about the song called Misty. And Misty is a great song, and he didn't know there was lyrics to it. He says, I didn't know Misty had lyrics. Listening to the lyrics helped the phrasing of the melody of the guitar in general. But I don't go out of my way to listen to jazz singers. I should start. Yeah, it's very, very important if you're going to be playing a melody, everybody. I'm going to play in a second. Is to listen to singers sing the melody. But sometimes the problem is with singers, they start interpreting the melody their way and they start embellishing the melody. I'm like, uh-oh, what are they doing? Because sometimes you don't even know what they're, if they're singing the melody the way the melody is supposed to be, like really like like I don't want to say the real book because the old real book had melodies wrong. So just in case you guys use real books, get a one that's really written correctly. And even those ones that are written correctly, like the ones that have like the publishing, like I have this book right here. It's one of these, these real books that are like, the ones you have to pay for, where they pay the royalties to the publishers. So they try to make sure the melody's accurate. And listen to like the great singers. One of the best people to listen to for straight melodies is Frank Sinatra. He sang the crap out of all those standards, man, and he was like perfect intonation. I mean, just a great singer. So listen to people like that for melodies. So let's get into this a little bit. So let's say you're playing let's take a song like Misty. Like I've been working on that melody for years. Okay, and now this is like a much more complicated melody than a typical standard melody where they has half notes and whole notes, quarter notes. So a lot of standards have and bebop melodies have a lot more notes because in bebop they have more rhythms, like 8th notes, 16th notes, 16-note triplets, things like that. See those kind of melodies? So those melodies are tricky too. You have to have the right fingering. So if you're playing a standard melody, I think the standard melodies are even harder because they're simple. It's hard to play simple, actually. Play a simple melody and play it correctly. So, I mean, melodies come in all different types of forms, of course, Like one of the melodies I was working on recently with my students, and I actually put an arrangement up, is the song Autumn Leaves. Now, a lot of melodies have like a pattern. They go like let's say, Love Walked In. Now, that song, for example, Love Walked In, these are just basically arpeggios. So, I'm going to turn the bass up a little bit right here. It's a little low. I hit the button by accident. So, it should sound like this. So, that's an arpeggio. So, those are arpeggios. But some melodies do these type of things, like Misty. Misty is like a real complicated one. A lot of arpeggios. So that's a tricky melody too. All these melodies are a little tricky. The most important thing is to play the melody correctly, and memorize it correctly. Now the guitar is really hard for this kind of stuff because what happens is if you're playing a melody, you can play it so many different ways. Like I can play Love Walked In goes like this. Now watch how many ways I can play that. Ocular. See how many ways I can play that thing? See, I have to figure out the melody playing it that way. So that's really hard on the guitar because if you're playing melodies like different ways, I mean, there's so many ways to play the guitar melodies on the guitar that you can mess that melody up very easily because you're just trying to find the notes correctly. So I usually try to memorize a melody on the guitar, just one way, for example, so I know I play it correctly. Now, when you start transposing keys, that's a whole different story. So you got to be able to transpose these melodies into different keys, and it's very important to start working on these kind of things, everybody. So you play the melody correctly. Remember, it's not all about your solos. So let's take a song like Autumn Leaves. That's like a scale pattern. So So I try to find these things in melodies like that. See that? That's a scale pattern, okay? Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's a scale pattern. Look at this. It can go the beginning of it. So I try to find these things in the melody. See what I did? It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird scale pattern. You go up the scale. So you do a fourth. And then, that's not a typical melody. It sounds really cool though, doesn't it? Everybody knows that melody. See how I can play that scale pattern in different ways down the neck? That part is weird. That's that augmented chord there. Because it goes on the beat. So you start, the thing is to find these kind of melodies and you know, and find the scale pattern. Like if I did an octave lower. And also, see how the melody works against the chord if you're a guitar player. So like when I'm playing the melody, I know that's on the A minor chord here. So that melody note is the C note against the A minor chord, which we call the flat third. So when you want to do chord melody, you're going to have to know how the chord, well, the note is in relationship to the chord. So we'll go like this. I'm playing my 7-string guitar, so that's a little more confusing too, everybody. So that's the third here on the G major 7. And then becomes the major 7 of the C major 7. Becomes the flat 3 of the F minor 7 flat 5, F sharp minor 7 flat 5. Now on the B7, now E minor 7, the flat 3 of the E minor 7. Now putting it on top of the chord. So what I did was I just did chord melody with the melody, but you should know how to play, always know how to play the melody separately, everybody. It's very important to do that. The Autumn Leaves melody, oh yeah, it sounds like that a little bit, Ymir. A little bit like that. If you have any questions, let me know. Someone asked about sweeping. I already answered that question. So I use sweeping a lot, actually, when I'm playing, just in case, Carrie. So yes, I do. And it's very, you know, it's really important to be able to play, to use sweeping if you want to go fast. So but we're not talking about that today. We're talking about playing melodies. So let's say you're learning a melody. So you got to find different ways of playing the melody. And you got to see what the melody is against the, you know, against the chord. And, you know, if you want to do chord melody on guitar. But the most important thing is, like, there's different kinds of melodies you should learn. Like, for example, if I'm learning, like, a really, like a ballad or a song that I want to learn, let's say Have You Met Miss Jones. I'm just picking up any song right now. So, for example, you have to learn the melody straight and try to find the most accurate version of the melody written out. And if you can't read, you know, you should learn. And, you know, I think guitar players are too dependent on tabs these days to learn. So I don't want to put guitar players down, but, you know, the joke that if you put music in front of a guitar player, you know, they'll stop is true most of the time. So you know, it's really important to try to, you know, learn notation, look at melodies from books like the real book like this. I'm just getting a Have You Met Miss Jones out because I haven't played it in a while. And you know what? If I haven't played a melody in a while, I'm scared to play the melody. I'll play it a solo, no problem. But the melody is the most important part of the song, always the most important part of the song. Then the improvisation, you know. And a lot of the old school cats, if you mess up the melody, they'll be like, "Oh my God, you messed up the melody? Get out of here," you know. So you should be able to play the melody. Oh, let me see. Hello, all. Yeah. So look at this. So let's say they're playing this song called "Have You Met Miss Jones." So I would look at the melody and just look at it and just look, you know, just try to memorize how it sounds. See, I do it different there. My ear. I'm just reading this. Just reading it. So I'm reading the melody straight right now. I did it in time at the bridge. So it's very, very important to know how to play the melody straight, exactly as written. Because a lot of musicians, you know, when you're playing, actually playing a jazz standard for everybody, you know, you don't play it like the book. You don't play it like the book like this. You sound real stiff there. He looks stiff too. You see? You're gonna play the melody like this. You're gonna interpret the melody. Once you know the melody really well, you're gonna go swing it. See what I did? I just changed it up a little bit and interpreted it my way. So I like, you know, that's what you have to do when you learn a melody. So look at that. I played it right here. So I'm playing it like in this register, but how many ways can I play it on the guitar? That's the problem with the guitar. You can play the melody so many different ways. Yeah, Humir says his worst nightmare, getting fired from the band. From your own band. So look at this. I can do it this way too. I'm going to read it this way. See what I did? I just played it like a different position and fingering on the guitar. So that's the hard part of the guitar. You can play these melodies so many different ways that, you know, it can be you can, you know, you can just get lost by just playing the melody correctly, and you'd be surprised how many. Like I told everybody before, there's a lot of great players that they don't know the melodies as well as they should, you know. And you know, I've been guilty of that myself. And I just want to let you know, like years ago, I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery, you know, Wes Montgomery's brother. He used to be my roommate in New York back in the days when I really needed a roommate because I was so broke. And what happened was. He had a lot of great stories about Wes, but he you know, I used to go sit in with him in New York. He used to play at the Parker Meridian Hotel, like the Parker Meridian was on 57th Street, like near Carnegie Hall, and he used to have a solo piano gig there, and he played his butt off, this guy, and I would just sit in, and then I would mess up the melodies. Hey Dario, I got your recording. Sounds good, man. I think you got my email back. So Dario sent me some, you know, him playing. He sounds good. So I told him that, and so yes, Dario saying you have to train your ears for intervals. Yes, yes, you have to train your ear for intervals. You have to be able to hear the intervals. But if you're playing in the key of F, for example, like Have You Met Miss Jones? I forgot to mention about key in the beginning. So you should know what key you're in, obviously, when you're playing the melody. Like I'm playing the key of F right now, so there's one flat. So I know that a lot of the scale tones in Have You Met Miss Jones is just walking up the scale. See what I did? See what I did? So you got to be able to play that and know your intervals. But if you're going up the scale, it's all second, minor seconds and major seconds. You know, which is like on the guitar, one fret in between or two frets in between. Up the scale, you should be able to go up the scale on the same note. I'm in the key of F right now. You should be able to play your scales up and down the neck and across. And that's so many ways you can play actually all those scales, everybody, up and down the neck, and play your intervals through the changes and everything. Let me see. What's a good intro to reharmonizing a melody? Will that throw off people when you jam? Oh, if you're going to jam session, Yumir, someone's asking Yumir, my student actually. Yumir, he's a great guitar player. He said with a good intro to reharmonizing a melody. Well, there's all kinds of things I don't know if we want to get into reharmonizing a melody right now, but there's so many things you could do to reharmonize a melody. But if you're in a band situation, it's really hard to reharmonize a melody when you're in a band because they don't know what you're doing. So, I guess you could do things like you could do different types of things that are simpler, like maybe put a fourth under there, or different. You could do simple reharmonizations like doing just like second intervals, thirds. Actually, I'm doing 6. Sorry about that. I'm doing 6 right now. 6 are easy to play on the guitar. So that kind of stuff is easy, or fourths like that. Simple things like that you can do with a band. Now, when you get to melody reharmonization, I don't want to get to that yet because we want to make sure in this impromptu live workshop here, or lesson, whatever you call it, question and answer, that you know how to play the melody without all that other stuff, because that's hard enough to play the melody correctly. Okay. Yeah. The fourths sound really cool. They, fourths are a good sound. The seconds sound really cool too, like this. Or things like, wow, that's a little too easy. You could do all kinds of weird things on the guitar. 7. I'm doing 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do 7. 7 something really weird stuff. So that's a really weird sound too, isn't it, everybody? So I'm doing, I'm just trying to do. Oh, sorry, Anthony. Anthony has to run. Anthony's out in Ireland, and he's running around in Ireland somewhere. So I have to get to Ireland one of these days. So let me look at some of these questions up here on Instagram, because I don't want to leave everybody out and wave some people here. Hold on, everybody. Let me wave to some people on Instagram. And everybody, just to remind you, let me make a few announcements if I can. Let me see. I have some announcements here. So, what was I going to say? If you're enjoying this, everybody, especially on YouTube, you could join my Patreon. The last live stream I had someone join my Patreon. You can learn a lot of cool stuff from me on my Patreon. You can just join it at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And I offer lessons there from $3 and up. And if you just want to be a supporter, you could just just be a supporter for $1 a month and just support what I do in general. So, thanks. I have a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys. And on Instagram, I'll have to show you that in a minute. On Instagram, I have, what's the word? I'll have a backwards one for you so you can look at it. And also, if you're enjoying what I'm doing on my live right now, everybody, you can donate. It's actually on my description, but if you want to donate $1 or more, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. That's all Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like all my channels, everything's Ron Jackson Music everywhere. So you can donate as well on Ron Jackson Music everywhere. and also my Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which is my email as well, if you want to contact me and ask me any questions. Okay? So Dario actually sent me a question. He plays some really nice flamenco stuff on guitar. And now remember, jazz, you could be a great guitar player, but you have to really learn the language of jazz. Jazz is not like, it doesn't, you don't have to have great technique to play jazz. There's some, great examples. Like one of my favorite guitar players ever in jazz was Grant Green. And he never played with real fast chops or anything, but he had such a swing feel, and such a great feel for the music that he didn't need to have chops. So, that he's a great example of someone like that. So we're talking about, oh, thank you, Michael. It's kind of weird. There's a little distortion coming out of my guitar, but Michael says I have a beautiful tone on the guitar. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to continue with learning melodies here. So another important thing is to learn, when you're working on melodies, is to learn the melody correctly and make sure you play it accurately, because who's going to know you mess up the melody? Can anybody guess? The audience. If you play a melody wrong, like it's my life, it's now or where to you play a song like that, any kind of crazy song. If you play a Bon Jovi song, you mess up the words and all kinds of stuff. Who's gonna know? The people watching you. And they could be like not a musician at all. They could be like a lawyer, walking in from work, and he's like, man, he messed that song up, man. It don't care how good you are, you messed up the song, so they look at you badly already. So it's important to know your melody, everybody, and learn these songs correctly, and and practice them correctly. So I work on songs all the time, and I'm still trying to get this stuff together. Unbelievable voice, thank you, Howdy Doughty. I have an incredible voice, thank you. I need to practice my singing, so that's another thing I need to practice. So let's talk about learning bebop melodies now. So that's another hard thing about the guitar, is learning bebop melodies. So we'll get into that just a little bit. So for example, I work on bebop melodies all the time, and then I forget them, and then I have to relearn them. So the hard thing about bebop melodies is that they're fast. There's a lot of notes. You got to find the right fingerings. So I've been working during the pandemic some melodies that I've always wanted to learn. Like, let's say, here's one of the songs I've been working in the pandemic, is like Moose to Mooch. So, that's a really great melody. And there's this one part of that melody I always go, wow, this is kind of weird. This one. I'm always trying to play that correctly. Now, this melody I've always wanted to work on. Now I had time. And even though I have time now, I still don't have enough time to practice. I'm always doing the social media stuff. But the thing is, you have to really work out these fingerings and practice these over and over and over until you get them. Because when you get on the gig and start to play them, it's a whole different story than when you're sitting home and practicing. So, I practice these slow and fast. And I had to figure out the fingering for this. Because you can play this. I'm playing it up an octave. You can do it there or there. That's the hard part about the guitar. You see that? I could do it there. See, I could do it right there, that melody. And it's a whole different fingering here. I could do it there. That's the hard part of the guitar, playing a bebop melody. You see that? Or here. Oh. See, I could do it right there too. So you see how many ways you can play that on the guitar? That's the hard part of the guitar, especially playing bebop melodies. I need water. Let me get my water. So, so let me go. Let me get my water. I'm talking too much. So, you know, that's the hard part of the guitar, playing these melodies in different ways, playing them all over the neck. And you know what? I guess you should be able to be free enough to be able to switch the melody. And do it here. You should know the melody, the guitar that well, actually, to be able to transpose those melodies just like that on the fly. And when you're on a gig, it's kind of hard to do that when you're like, you have to play the melody correctly or you're on a recording. You have to just find one fingering, in my case at least, and play it correctly. See what I did? And I'm trying to find those notes here. See, that's all complicated when you start switching it all around. So think about it, everybody. When you're learning melodies, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Wow, which way is the best way to play these melodies? So I think it's all about your experience and your technique and your skill, and where you're most comfortable playing them. You know, I always tell my students, because when you're on a gig, you should play wherever the easiest, so you can just get to it without messing it up. Because you know, when you mess it up, there's gonna be a lot of people watching, going, "Oh my God, you messed that up." You know what I mean? So, thank everybody who's watching on Instagram. You know, there's a few of you guys there, but I don't usually go live on Instagram this time of day. Yeah, so let me see. Unbelievable Boys. Thank you, Dario. Dario, that's in the key of B flat. So if you have any questions, please send them to me. You know, and thanks for watching, everybody. I'm just you know, going live to let people know how to perform a melody correctly. So when you're doing a bebop melody, you know, try to find the right fingerings, okay, when you're actually performing these melodies. And, you know, before you learn chord melody, everybody, let's say you play chord melody. I'm going to close the door here. And say you're playing chord melody, and you want a chord melody, a song. Before you do a chord melody, you should always... Oh, wow. Matt says, "Hi, y'all, from Southwest Colorado, 4 years in the jazz band high school, now 35 now, lots of luck." You know what? I have a student out there, Matt, who's studying at University of Colorado, I think at Boulder, where they had the shooting. I think that's where the shooting was recently. I helped him get into the University of Denver College, you know, playing bass. So he's one of my students. He plays bass and guitar. A great guy named Chris. He might be watching, but he might be in school, might be sleeping right now. So before you learn how to do chord melody on a song, for example, one of the most important things about chord melody and playing melodies correctly is know how to play the melody without the chords first, and the chords without the melody. Then put them together, okay? You know, and you know, so like if I'm playing a melody like, let's say we did Love Walked In. Before I play that melody with chords under it, I have to make sure I know how to play it without the chords. So now I have to find how you play the chords under that melody. So this melody is basically just a bunch of, it's just a bunch of arpeggios. So this is like an F major arpeggio, starting on the third, then going from the fifth to the third, then to the fifth, to the root, third, to the fifth again, then I'm going to the G7, which is a third here, to the root of the C7. So now I can do my chord melody. I can kind of do like thirds. learn the melody correctly, then I try to put the chords under each melody note if you can. Some people do that. So that's a great technique to be able to harmonize every note of the melody with a chord under it. So all I did was just arpeggios. See what I did? So I just did the arpeggio. See what I did? So now I'm harmonizing the melody like that. So, but the most important thing that students need to learn, or anybody doing chord melodies, you have to know how to play the melody separately first, and play the crap out of that first, and play that well, interpret it well. Then do the chord melody after that. So let's say. So that's There Will Never Be Another You. I've been playing this for a long time. So now that I know the melody, you can go. So what I did was I have my own chord arrangement for that, but I've been working on that for years. And so you have to know how to play that melody separately first and then put it together. There's some questions here. I'm currently drilling, John's asking, I'm currently drilling triads, chord, tones, and practicing improvisation, but it hardly sounds musical at all. Is this something that all students deal with at the beginning of learning music theory? Yes, John. You know what? So when you're learning how to do these chord melodies and all, and you're learning all these drills with triads, you should actually try to put it in an arrangement. Actually, that's probably the best thing for you to do. So I would suggest like taking a melody, like let's say like There Will Never Be Another You, and using those techniques to play and do an arrangement, because that's how you actually make these things sound musical. To get that together. I know it's frustrating, but you have to actually start employing, I call it deploying, like deploying a missile. Deploying your technique and putting it right into a musical context. So just put it, like, let's say you're working on thirds. I'm just doing thirds right now, trying to do simples. See what I do, John? So when you're doing this kind of technique too, everybody, like I'm doing all thirds right now, you got to be conscious of every chord that you're playing on, because your third, your note's going to change depending on the chord you're doing. So I went like this. Now I'm on a D7, D flat dominant 7. So I know that takes a Lydian dominant scale. So I just did all thirds. Now, if you took a melody and did that, John, it would sound great. I was just messing around trying to find the right notes. But if you deploy that kind of thinking in your playing and make it and put it into your music, it will really help. Okay, let me see. Yumir had a question. How do you play a chord melody while including the 7th low A string? So I'm using my 7-string guitar here. So that's a great question. Yumir is one of my students for a long time. If you want to study with me, everybody, please contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's all, you can contact me on my website, no problem. And I just want to let everybody know that. And also, let me see if I can find this thing for you. you might not be able to see this correctly, but if you go to my website, I sell my lessons, about these kind of techniques at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. So if I'm doing a chord melody with a 7th string, it's kind of weird to do it that way, Ymir, but you can go. So I can go. Like I use the 7th string all the time. Oh, oh. Uh-oh. So what I did was, I never did anything with that 7th string like that before. Everybody, with the with my student Ymir asked me how I would play the chord melody with the 7th string on "There Will Never Be Another You," and I actually have to write some more chord arrangements because I need to put them on my Patreon account because I have some people who want to study Patreon on Patreon, and also for my students like Ymir, and also put them on my website because I have a bunch I have about 5. Arrangements right now for 6-string guitar, but I need to put more 7-string guitar arrangements. So that's a great idea, Ymir, to be able to take the 7th string and do a chord melody like this. See how I throw that 7th string in there? It's a lot of work. I have to think about it. So there's a lot of work that goes into trying to play a chord melody with a 7th string like that. But it's a really great question. Let me see. How many standards will you have to say you know? Thank you. So Shiva is asking you how many standards you should know. Oh man, learn every standard you possibly can. I mean, I know a lot of songs actually, but the thing is to keep up with all these songs to memorize them. Not only jazz, but I pop and rock and all kinds of different things, So the most important thing is learn as many songs as you can, but make sure you learn them well and you know them well, each one of those songs, okay, Shiva? Oh, yeah, thank you, Ymir. It sounds good with the 7th string on the bottom. I'm going to write, actually, more arrangements for you guys, to put on my website for, I sell my arrangements for like $5.99, on my website. So if you want to get some arrangements like this, I already have a bunch like Autumn Leaves and a bunch of other ones up there. I'm going to be putting a couple of originals too up there. So, yeah, it adds so much depth to the sound with the 7th string. Of course, the 7th string is like a really, really low sound. So if I'm doing a song like... I'm going to write this out. 7th string. It's one of my arrangements. 7th string arrangement. So those are one of my arrangements. I'm going to actually write this one out for the 7th string and put it on my website. I have a bunch of things to do that I'm still behind on everything, you know, because I'm always posting all the time and doing these lives. But that's a really good arrangement I have. And also, you know, so I'm showing you on 6th string, but I have a version on 7th string, excuse me. But I have a version of that on 6th string. So it's basically the same arrangement. Let me get my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for my new XL1. Josh at D'Angelico, New York. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too, everybody, so you know. So if you like my guitar, D'Angelico guitar, you can go to my. I'm going to show you more stuff, guys, for everybody who's watching. Oh, too many things here. Anyway, here. If you want to go to my Amazon store, everybody, you can pick up a D'Angelico guitar on my Amazon store there. And on Instagram, it's Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And for YouTube, it's that, okay? And you can pick up one of these XL ones there. I don't think it's this color up there. I have like a blue one on my store. Grab it quick because one of my students wants to get one. So if I'm doing a song like Time After Time on 6th string guitar with that arrangement, so we're talking about melodies and chord arrangements and melodies, how to play them correctly. So make sure you know how to play the melody. Sorry. So now I have a chord arrangement for that. So this is different now. I have to adjust my fingering now. It's not 7th string. So what I did was I just played a 6th string version of the arrangement. So in my case, since I'm a 7th string player, I have to have an arrangement for 6th and 7th string now. So I have to do twice as much work. And sometimes when I'm playing the 6th string, I have this thing called missing strings syndrome, where I'm playing the 6th string and I think there's a 7th string, so I start trying to hit a low note and it's not there. So I miss because I'm thinking, oh man, I have to adjust. So it takes me a while. I can still play 6th string. But, you know, and I have to because a lot of my students don't play 7th string. But I have to adjust my playing just to be able to play the 6th string again. Because I'm so used to playing the 7th string and the extra string. And, you know, what's really hard is playing melodies correctly on each instrument now. Because the skipping is different. You know, you're used to playing a certain, you know, width of the neck. So it took me a while actually to learn how to read on both instruments. I'm a pretty good reader, you know, notation reader. So when I started playing the 7 string, excuse me, it was hard for me to read on this thing, to like read melody notes. But I've been playing since about 2012, about 9 years now, 8, 9 years. I've been playing 7 string. So one of the best things that happened to me is like in 2000, I started playing in 2012, and I got a guitar. And what happened was I actually was subbing on a Broadway show. And what happened was they asked me to like play like acoustic guitar, electric guitar, classical, steel string, but I didn't have like a 6 string solid body guitar, so I had a 7 string solid body guitar. So I had to bring that guitar in because the guy would take his guitar out when he left the show to play his electric guitar another gig. So I had to bring like a 7 strings solid body in, and then I had to play these acoustic guitars on 6 strings. So it was good for me to learn how to read and switch between the two, play the 7 string guitar. But when I was playing the 7 string guitar, I didn't play the 7th string. I had to play this first 6 string because it was a 6 string guitar part. So what's good about 7 string is you can play 6 string guitar parts, no problem, but you guys can't play 7 string guitar parts because you don't have the 7th string. So that's the advantage about the 7 string. It's really cool. So there's some questions here. Message restricted. Okay, someone's saying restrict your messages. So it adds some depth to sound. The B-flat major scale sounds third flexible. Yeah, appreciate your work. Thank you. So let me see, everybody. There's a bunch of people on Instagram too. I'm sorry, I don't want to ignore everybody. So if there's any questions on Instagram, let me know, and I'll answer them. I'm going to be finishing up soon. Someone wants to go live with me here. Who's that? Oh yeah, thank you, everybody. So thank you everybody for watching on Instagram. And I just want to let you guys know, lovely guitar, thank you. Thank you everybody, gorgeous sound, thank you. You have to be really good to memorize all these notes and tune, and it's not a general arrangement. Yeah. So you know what? There's so much stuff involved with playing jazz, everybody, that there's a lot of stuff to memorize. Someone just mentioned that. London Fender Giza said that. So thank you. And I want to let you guys know on Instagram, if you're watching and you're enjoying the show, and also on here on YouTube, if you're enjoying the show, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and on Instagram, I have these things called badges. You can buy a badge if you're enjoying the show right on my Instagram page, and Instagram tells me to tell you guys that so you can help support my page. And it's 99 cents to buy 1 badge or 2 badges for $2 and 3 badges for $5 if you want to help support my channel. Thank you. What's up, Amaris? He's my brother. I didn't know you're my brother. Let me see. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, so you can join my Patreon, everybody, as well at Ron Jackson Music. It's www.patreon.com at Ron Jackson Music. And also, guys, I sell these Henriksen amps. So people are wanting to know about what amp I use. So let me take this off for a second so I can show you. Before I finish up, I have a few announcements. So I have this Henriksen amp, everybody. And everybody loves this amp. It's a small amp. It's like a great amp for gigging. It has mic and guitar input, full volume, 2 channels with reverb and everything. And I'm a Henriksen influencer. And, I have my own coupon code. So if you want to use that, go to henriksenamps.com. Uh-oh. Some of you guys can't read this correctly. Okay, go to henriksenamps, everybody, .com, and you can use the code Ron Jackson on Instagram as well. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson, and you could actually save 5% on the amps, okay, like this. And they're great amps. They only weigh 13 pounds, and they're 9 by 9 inches. And, and they only, and it has 120 watts. This has 120 watts. It's loud, man. And if I'm struggling to get on the subway, I just take this on there. I could put a vocalist with me. It sounds great, So you can save with my code Ron Jackson over there. And what else? A couple more announcements. I'm trying trying to find all this stuff for you. For you on Instagram, you know, if you want my arrangements and stuff like that, you can't see this. You guys can see this. It's you just go to my website and go to ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can get my printables over there and print out all these arrangements. And they're cheap. You know, they start like $1.49 actually. And you can't really see that, I think, on on YouTube. You can pick up all my arrangements and music and lessons over there. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm about to finish up. I have things to do. And you can watch the playback after this. There's a lot of things I talked about today. And you know, the going live and talking and trying to play is really hard work, you know, and answering questions. But, you know, I try to do my best for you guys. And yeah, what's your favorite brand of guitar? Jam Smith is asking me what my favorite guitar is, and it's actually right now it's been D'Angelico. Look at this. Look at this guitar. It's a really great guitar. It plays great. You know, unfortunately they don't make 6-string guitars, but these are really great guitars. Look at this. It's a really nice guitar. So I mean, I like to thank them for giving me this guitar. So this is a really great guitar. You should get your own and check it out. And you know, I really like Benedettos. So I'm trying to work out a deal with Benedetto guitar, but they're really, really, really expensive. So so I'm trying to work out a deal with them to get a guitar, a 7-string guitar though, just so you know. So I don't need another 6-string guitar. So I have this. I'm using my D'Angelico, the top of the line D'Angelico, but I want to get a Benedetto eventually on 7-string. But I really love this Eastman guitar as well. For 7-string, this is a really a carved wood guitar. So it's a great guitar too. So everybody, thank you very much. So please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. If you're not subscribing on YouTube, subscribe please. You know, go to my store. You know, help me out. Pick up some music. If you want to donate, go to Ron Jackson Music. You can pay me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music as well. And thanks a lot, everybody. Yeah. So I'm gonna get off the line. I gotta do a few things right now. Okay, we'll talk. Okay, everybody, and have a great day. And we'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Video reply to the scales I'm using over Stairway to Heaven. So on the A minor chord, I'm playing an A natural minor scale or Aeolian scale. On the G chord, I'm playing a G Mixolydian. On the F major 7, I'm playing an F Lydian. So these are the modes actually in the key of C major. So when I'm actually soloing too, I'm mixing them all up. And also sometimes I'm passing in between the frets, the whole steps, and the notes that have 2 frets in between. So that's how I actually play over Stairway to Heaven And these are the scales I actually use. So thank you. Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. Okay, everybody. I'm live right now. I'm going to go live right now on Instagram too. So, how's everybody doing? Oh, okay. I see one person watching. And I'm going to go live for a little bit, taking some questions. And if there's anything you need to ask me, let me know. Oh, I see some people coming on right now. So I'm going to play a little bit. And I'm going to, look for your comments and questions right now. And, if there's anything you want to ask me, let me know. Let me go live right now on Instagram as well. Okay. And let me play you a song before we start. All right. How's everybody doing? Hey, Aiden. Oh, I see you over there. Okay, Aiden. All the way from somewhere. Now, someone on YouTube just asked me a question. Pantera used a lot of jazz elements. You ever play some Pantera? No, I haven't. They're a great band. I've listened to them a little bit. Hey, let me see. Someone's asking me a question. Let me show that question. What tune is that, Ron? Nice greetings from Maryland. Oh, that's called I Should Care. Just in case you guys are watching, and you were wondering what that tune was called. And I'm just warming up. I was doing a lot of business the last couple of days, so I'm actually just getting back to playing again. And so I have a lot of announcements to make. For example, next month I'm actually going to start my Indiegogo. So I'm going to be doing another album soon in a tour that's going to be coming in March in the Midwest, and I'm actually going to be doing a fundraiser for my new album. So if you're interested, just please follow my website, follow my YouTube, and all my social media, and you'll hear all about it. Okay, and so that was called. That was called I Should Care. And someone from Belgium is saying hi. Hi, Francesco. And just putting his name up there. And Christopher, Jazz Guitar Quest. Great to hear from you guys. And let me see who's watching me on Instagram here. I'm going to say hi to all these people, wave to you guys. And if there's any comments or questions, please let me know on Instagram as well. And just so you know, on Instagram, I have these different kinds of things I have to show you guys. I have too many of these things, but I have an announcement for Instagram where I have this thing called badges. If you're enjoying the show, you could actually donate a badge to me, $1 or $2 or $5. You just go to badges, and hey, it's Yumir. Yumir is my student, and he's gonna be taking a lesson with me tomorrow. Great guitarist. In the New York area, and he's learning how to play 7-string guitar. He just switched to that. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody, if you have any questions. It's my Eastman, and I'm planning to get a Benedetto made for me right now. So this is, you can actually donate to this. And on YouTube and everything else, you can actually see it on the description. You can go to PayPal, etc. And another announcement I have is, if you enjoy my chord work, you can pick up this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's on my website, okay, ronjacksonmusic.com, and just go there. And you can learn about cool chord melody and stuff I'm doing right now from this book. Okay, and just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and check it out. So, if there any questions, please send them to me or comments. I'm going to answer them. Let me see what's down here. Hey, someone. Oh yeah, how's it going? Good. I'm going good. Dario. I think Dario's in California, but I'm not quite sure. Again, and how do you fix a crack on guitar finish? You drop your guitar. Someone asked about that, Joaquin. And you know what? I go to a repairman because I don't know how to do that stuff. Just be honest with you. Hey, Luke Artist, all the way from Italy, saying hi from on Instagram. How you doing? So I'm actually streaming to all these platforms. My group on Facebook as well. And thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you. And on YouTube, and on all these 4 different places. So let me see what other comments I'm getting up here. Let me do something here too. I need to pin this comment. Post. Heck. Let me see. Okay. Let me see this for a second. Let me just paste this real quick and pin this comment. So, yeah, I know. Oh yeah, let me show you. Oh yeah, let me show you. So you know what? This is all for small cracks. Okay. Let me see who that is. Oh, Dario's in Dallas, Texas. Oh, good. I'm trying to get to Texas to play, actually. Oh, good. Chris, if you want to buy my book, Chris, yeah, you can put the discount. We're going to put a discount code for you right now in the comments, okay? And go right to my website and buy it. Now, this is a really cool. When I have little cracks on my guitar, everybody, I use this little pen I got from Home Depot. It's called repair markers. But if it's a big crack, well, I can't really help you. You have to go definitely to a music store. But I use this for small little scratches on my guitar. If you look at my guitar, I'm always, putting this stuff down. Like, you see these little marks here on my guitar at the bottom, if you can see them. I actually see that little crack right here. Little ting. I use these markers actually to fill them in. I look for the right color, like this color maybe, and then I just take my pen and just go like this. You see that? Those little type of things. If you're using guitar all the time, you're gonna get little chings and things like that on your guitar. And I'm not a big stickler about that, but yeah, thank you. So we're gonna put a little code up there for you guys to save. I think it's a permanent code right now called, I think it's RJ10. If you want to save 10% on my book, and I have sales sometimes, but so it depends on usually holidays. The next one's probably going to be Labor Day. Okay, so you can pick up this book right here. Right now on my website, I've sold a lot of books. I just actually got a brand new box. Someone's going to show you the new box that I got. They're going to hand it to me in a second and show that right there. Yeah, so I just got a brand new box of books, everybody. So you can learn chord melody. Let me show you. Let me see. So look at this. I just got a whole brand new box. I got I was selling somebody books that I had to pick up like a bunch of them. Like I have like tons of them. So get them before they run out again, everybody. So yeah, so that's my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. It's presented by this magazine called Acoustic Guitar Magazine that I write for. I have 2 articles that came out this year about sweep picking. If you're into picking, like I use sweep picking, and about the harmonic minor and the melodic minor scales. So great. Well, would leaving the exposed wood after the crack be fine, or will there be a long-term effects? I mean, the best way to get that fixed is actually just go to a repairman. Okay. Lines on a simple progression. Oh yeah. Okay. So let me show this before we do that. Someone's asking me, could you please provide some solo guitar? Is asking about, could you provide access insight to playing C major, D minor to G7, So the best way to do that is actually do this. Watch this. So if you're playing a C major 7, you play the major scale, the Ionian scale. Now the D minor 7 scale, you D Dorian, and G7, G dominant. Now these are all the key of C major, but I don't think like that when I'm actually playing. I'm actually switching between all of them. Okay. I'll go from C major. If I'm in the, if I play for C major and I go C Dorian, you should play with C Dorian from that root too. Or C dominant. Or C Lydian. You should be able to change your scales to any scale. C Locrian. So you should be able to play that from any root. Okay, everybody? When I'm practicing 251, I play 4/4 rhythm changes because it becomes more difficult. Oh yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So you can practice sequences, guys, too. So that's another thing you do. I could go like it. I mean, this is really a simple exercise. I show this all the time to my students. The like 1, 3, 5, 7. Then the arpeggio, all arpeggios. I mean, I'm only doing it for the root position, everybody. Now, I mean, there's so many different techniques. I have like different licks. Then 2, 5. I'm doing 1, 6, 2, 5 the whole time when I'm doing this. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. So everybody, so we pinned my comment for the discount code for my book. Everybody. So if you want to get my book, the comment is pinned, so you can save 10% on my website. Okay. If you have any questions, let me know. And let me play another song then to continue. Okay. And I'll take some more questions. It becomes more difficult on a backing track. Yeah, sure. Good. Dyads. Oh, dyads. Interesting. I gotta look that word up. I mean, I think I know what dyads means. I'm gonna look that up in a second. That's a good question. Someone's asking me about dyads. So go back. It's okay. Let me look that up real quick. You look the dyads up for me. Yeah. So anyway, let me play a song before we do that, and then we're gonna go into questions right now. Oh yeah, someone's asking me about Coltrane changes. So you know what's really funny? I took a lesson recently with Mike Stern, the guitar player, and the first thing he says to me, "Why don't we just practice giant steps?" So we had a good talk about that, so I like so we worked on giant steps, and so there's different ways to approach that song, and basically giant steps is taking giant steps is an E flat, okay. But basically, you're taking the scale and dividing it into 3 parts: E flat, G, and B, or which is actually in this case, it's an augmented chord in the key of E flat. So giant steps is basically is actually from the Slominski book, wherever my book is right here, which is this book. Okay, Slominski is his name. And he's really great. So John Coltrane went to this section in the book where you actually take the, let me tell you the section. You take the octave and you make it a ditone progression. Okay. And the ditone progression, it's corrupted. Oh, wow. Oh, it says about the link is corrupted. Oh. So I've got to go in there and get it fixed, guys. Oh, my link is corrupted, so I've got to contact my my company. Okay, so we'll work on that next. I'm sorry about that, guys. We'll get that. The banner is blocking the fretboard. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to move that up. I'll move that banner. Let me move that banner. So let me remove that banner. Actually, the banner could be like a scrolling banner. Actually, we'll fix that in a second. I'll move the guitar. I'll move the guitar down a little bit like this. Okay, that's better. So that's ditone progression. So let me play Johnny Steps for you a little bit with my well, I'm not gonna play Johnny Steps right now for you because I want to try. I'll do it like solo guitar. Ready? Here we go. Okay. So let me see. Just do it here. Okay. So hey everybody. So that was Johnny Steps. Now, if you have any questions, please let me know. Um, someone had a question about that kind of stuff. Let me see some of the comments here that people are making here. Does the Pitbull Platinum shave as close? Yes, it does actually, Eric. I just actually picked up a couple of them right now from Skull Shaver, and I just took a shave. I'm actually going to take a shave today, but everything it works great. So you know that, everybody. So you know what I need to do. I'm going to answer a couple more questions because I'm going to have to see what's going on with my website.
Tell them.
Yep.
The link I posted in the comment that is pinned is okay, but do not go to shop. Do it exactly as. Click on that, not anything that's previously saved in their browsers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's probably what happened because that one works, but the shop one is not.
Okay, so everybody, the link in the comment. Send me the exact link, please. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay, so hey everybody. So I'm going to put this in the comments right now. It's already pinned. But if you want to buy my book in my store, someone just told me that you need to go to ronjacksonmusic.com/store. Don't put anything else in there. There's a corrupted link. I think my website is actually working, but that's the problem. I'm going to talk to my website developer. Someone's been trying to hack my site, so we're going to make sure that's straight after this, okay? Okay. No, sure. Okay. Okay, so here, everybody. So now let me continue to answer some questions. Giant Steps. What's Wonderwall? I don't know that one. Thank you. Huh?
Oasis, Wonderwall.
Oh, Oasis. I don't know that one. Okay, Dario. So anyway, so you can pick up my book if you go to that right link. Okay, that's pinned to my comments. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me keep answering some questions here. So the Pitbull Shaver is really great. if I could see the box of the new one, it's in the plastic bag over there. Yep, that would be great. Um, in the bathroom. Let me see what else is going on here. I want to keep answering some questions. Let me go to YouTube, Instagram. Actually, I study music theory, and I'm struggling. Any tips for that? I try to study a little every time to be sure, but I have understood the concepts. But yeah, sometimes theory blows my mind. Theory. I'll tell you, everybody. Theory is really important, but you can be a good musician without theory. So what I suggest is that that you get a teacher to help you or study with somebody. Now you just have to be able to relate theory to what you're actually playing. And that can be a little tricky. Okay, so when I'm actually playing, I have a lot of patterns memorized and licks. So you have to really be conscious about that kind of stuff. And so when I'm playing, like I know that if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a C alter scale. So I'm playing through that right now, and I play that really quick, but I know I'm playing it so fast that I can't think of every note. I just remember the pattern. But if I slow it down, then I'll go C altered is actually could be a D flat melodic minor scale, so it's like this. Okay, that's a D flat melodic minor scale. Starting on C. So I know that's altered, but also I know that this is a C note, which is the root. The D flat against the C chord, the C dominant 7 chord with a flat 9, sharp 9, flat 13, all those notes. This is actually a flat 9, sharp 9, a third, a sharp 11, a flat 13, a flat 7, and back to 1. But that's hard to remember all that stuff. So you have to practice it over and over. And to play it is a whole different story. So you have to know where to start on that note, etc. So that's really tricky to play, melodic minor and use it for altered, and then use it for different, different sequences. So you just have to practice over and over and just study as much as you can. Remember, everything's about repetition. So that's a great question. That's from Luke Artist, one of my friends on Instagram. Thank you for watching. Let me see what other questions there are in the comments. Let me see. Someone's asking, how do you improvise? Fly Me to the Moon. Okay. I'll play Fly Me to the Moon from Timmy Art. Let me play that. It's one of my favorite songs. everybody. Thank you for everybody for watching. Hey, Stevie Ray Vaughan is watching. Oh my God. Stevie Ray Vaughan is watching on YouTube, man. I thought you were. He's probably coming from a different world. Thank you, Stevie. So that was Fly Me to the Moon, a little request. Do you ever use pedals? That's a great question, John. Yes, I do. Actually, I have a bunch of pedals right over here that I can't quite reach. Let me see if I can grab them real quick. Yes, I use pedals. And look at this. These are kind of heavy, but look at this. I have a whole pedal board right here. Let me put my guitar down for a second. So, so everybody, just so you know, just be on the lookout. I'm going to be doing my Indiegogo soon for my new album. And I'm going to be coming on tour near you soon. In the Midwest, particularly on the West Coast. And I'm working a bunch of dates. And so look at these pedals I have here, everybody. Watch this. Someone's asking about pedals. Look at this. Oh, I don't know if Instagram can see this. But these are some pedals I use. I used this on a session recently. Take a look. These are a ton of pedals, guys. Hey, someone said they love Stevie Ray Vaughan's work. He must be working from heaven because Stevie passed away quite a while ago, but he has his own YouTube channel. I love it. So look at this. These are some of my pedals. I got a lot of these from Seymour Duncan. These are great pedals, guys. And I got the pedal train, pedal board, and I got a Voodoo Labs power supply. So I actually did a filming recording session with this recently. So yes, I use pedals. And yeah, thank you, Dario. Those are great pedals too. Joyo vintage overdrives. Yeah, so yes, I use pedals. But most of the time I like to play with the clean sound. But when it calls for it, I use pedals. So I got my pedal train here, and I got a bunch more pedals than this. I can't fit them all in this thing, man. And some guys, one of my friends, Alex Skolnick, he's a great guitar player. Mike Stern always uses like some kind of delay. I was taking a lesson with him recently, and they have like tons of pedals, man. I don't know how they loop all that stuff. And I don't know, man. It's like a whole art. I don't know if I have a hard time enough playing the guitar than all these pedals. But so anyway, everybody, I just wanted to go live. And yeah, I have an octave pedal in there. Yeah, I have all kinds of pedals. Let me show you real quick what I have on here, everybody. You want me to do that? So let me show you real quick what I have in here. So it's my pedal train. Watch this. So I have, sorry, Instagram, it might be hard to show you this. But I have like, let me show you. So I have a Dark Sun reverb delay from Seymour Duncan, a loop station from Boss, a shapeshifter tremolo from Seymour Duncan called the shapeshifter, the Catalina from Seymour Duncan, which is a chorus pedal, a booster pedal to turn my guitar up if I need to. It just boosts the output of the guitar. Okay. A Palladium gain stage. It's actually like a kind of an overdrive from Seymour Duncan. So these are from Seymour Duncan. Dirty D distortion from Seymour Duncan. I endorse Seymour Duncan. That's why I have these pedals too, guys. So and also this is a distortion pedal. This one, it's a really great one. And an Octaver from Boss, which I didn't get from them, and a volume pedal. Okay, so all these pedals right here from Seymour Duncan are from my endorsement with them. So they're great pedals. Seymour Duncan, go check out their pedals. They're in the pedal company, business now. So for like the last 4 or 5 years, so they're really great. Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. I've known him for like a long time. One of my fans, and thank you. You wanted to hear jazz guitar with overdrive? Actually, on my one of my videos on YouTube and TikTok and all that, I'm playing some stuff on overdrive, some jazz stuff. So check it out. So hey, everybody, I'm gonna get going. I've got to see what's going on with my website and all this other stuff and get off. But follow me. Pick up my book on my website. You can go to the store directly now. That link, and I'm gonna figure out why the other link is corrupted. And if you enjoyed the show, particularly everybody, please donate to my page. You can actually go for Instagram. You can actually it's pinned to my comments. You can give me a donation at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, Venmo, Cash App, all that stuff, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and also you can go. You can actually give me a badge if you like. Okay, so you can go there, and Instagram has actually encouraged me to do that. And then on YouTube, just go to these pages right now, and you can actually donate to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Okay. May I have a song request? Um, what's that? Oh yeah, I'm gonna take that off right now. That comment. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, someone's asking about Django Reinhardt. Let me do that real quick. Django Reinhardt's one of my favorite guitar players, everybody, and he's actually from Belgium, a Belgian gypsy, and he was like one of the greats. And he actually played with his fingers like this, seared together, and he was amazing, man. You can actually, if you have two strong fingers, you can actually play a lot of stuff. I've had to talk about this with George Benson one time. You have two strong fingers. Even my guitar teacher Melvin Sparks, one of them, talked about if you have two strong fingers, you could really play, and he could play. He was great. One of my favorite guitar players. Let me see. Let me show you. Let me see. Dario saying this. Does the book illustrate chords you use, Ron? Yes, it does, Dario. Look, actually, a few of my exercises in this book, Dario, is asking a question about this book. For example, I take a melody. First, you learn how to play bass lines with chords, Dario. So that's one of my exercises, a really popular one, actually one of the most popular ones on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, is you learn how to play walking bass lines with chords and comping. Okay, and you build it up to and then another thing I do is chord melody. I take a song like Billy Boy, and I develop the melody, okay, all the way into like a full chord melody. Now you can go to my Patreon. I'm doing a giveaway this week. You can go to my Patreon, and I'm going to be going live on my Patreon about the book itself, but it becomes a whole chord melody here, guys. So yes, Dario, the book goes over chords a lot. And the book is actually all chords. I have just different writers on here, not only me. There's a great guitarist like Adam Levy, who's played with like a bunch of different people: Annie DeFranco, Lisa Loeb, Nora Jones. These are all the writers in the book, everybody. So you can check them out. It's a really great book. Okay, so go check it out, and go to my website. You get the 10% off, and thank you, everybody. And thank you, Guitar Quest. Let me show that. Thank you. Ron, can you play the song "So What"? Oh yeah, thank you for the $5 donation. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna play that song right now for Guitar Quest, and let me look at the. I want to look at the bass line for a second, and we're gonna play a song request from Christopher DaCosta. Okay, and he gave me a tip for the song "So What," so I'll play him "So What." Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. One, two, three, four, one.